as we are once again alive upon the internet. Let's make sure that we are, as we actually weren't there for a second at the start, as I had set up the YouTube settings, but I hadn't actually pressed accept, basically. But I have done now, so that seems to be working. Everything else has a bit rate. Audio seems to be working. And yeah, let's jump right in. And let's start first, actually, with a thing. So, I actually made a Reddit post for the recommended weapons and talent list, which was well received. There were a few pointers in there that I wanted to look through. That open somewhere still? No. Wait, let me go find it. Or likely I have it in my history. Yeah, I have it in my history. So. Is it in the right browser? Yeah. Damn it. There we go.
I don't have to complain about guard duty being boring anymore.
Yeah. Sorry, sidetracked. It's our response to something else there. Yeah, so would make a red post, and that was pretty well received. Did some karma farming, but there was a few things in here that I was like, oh yeah, need to look at some of those. I already changed one thing, which was for the caretaker. Was this? Somebody kind of pointed out that didn't make too much sense. So change 2 stats on that. But then, oh yeah, this. So a small typo for King Breaker. It was looking like at this image. I was like, wait, where's the where? Where's the spelling error? It's also like it should get caught in the, like something would have been underlined here. You know, because we are in a text editor. So I'm like, is it one of the averages or something I missed? Because yeah, I could totally see myself losing the ability to read those. Varaj. Yeah. Because there's so many averages in here that just all kind of melt together. So then text. Average weapon with great talent. That all seems correct. One of the top picks for flatline, best used close range as handling is worse than most. Am I just not seeing it? Small type of marking. Is it Kingbreaker itself? It's called Kingbreaker, right? It's spelled like that, I feel. Sometimes hard to see your own spelling mistakes because they just all melt together. Breakear. Am I being just gaslit here? Somebody gaslighting me. Yeah, that's an odd one. And either can't and either ons. Am I just not seeing this spelling mistake in the Kingbreaker one? Because could also be. Because they say typo, or it's not like grammatical error. Because yeah, you could make the case of like best used for close range or something like that. But we're kind of making it shorter sentences as much as possible. I'm like trying to catch if I'm like triple L on killer or something. Oh, when killer is active. Oh, yeah, that is a typo. I was looking more for a typo. But yeah, no, it is, of course, flatline is active. Yeah, okay. Just gonna thanks for pointing it out. Thanks for pointing it out. There we go. Because I was actually looking for like spelling mistake, but yeah, no, it's the actual talent. That makes sense. Yeah, so that was that. What else was here? There's something else I responded to, I remember. Oh yeah, we need to explain that HH. So let's add in a paragraph about that or something about that. The journey is can recommended for this set. So it's uptime. So let's put that in between here. For the, actually, yeah, let's do it like this. For the metrics, there is a color coded system that I hope will make it easier to pick out good and bad traits on weapons. Capitalize that, sure. Weapons marked with HH are head hunter, talon, or weapons recommended with use of head hunter talents, as that talent prefers base damage and overall requires its own recommended weapons. There. Yeah, that looks about right. And hit a dag. Yeah, was that kind of all? And that was, wait, this last one. It is 1886, right? I don't be true. Like I've called this thing 1886 so many times that yeah, it is 1886. So this person is saying it's called 1866 instead. Translated. Mistranslated into some of the other languages. Could you provide a screen and what language you run? Question mark. There we go. Okay. So we just wanted to deal with that for a second, just to, backlog that out. And yeah, for the rest of it, we did catch a few things. Also, actually, I changed two other things. I don't even remember what they were. But I changed like something from above or from average to below and something else. We'll keep refining this anyway. This is kind of a long-term project. Also, yeah, you know what? We'll make this average damage for pummel. That was one of the pointers someone made. Yeah. And that's that thing. In a little bit, we'll work a little bit on this thing. So actually, last night, I did take the time for a little bit and actually just copied like the beginnings of everything to everywhere. So everything has now like exotic weapon or named gear or stuff like that underneath it, basically prepped to be filled in. And I filled in the brand sets and the gear sets on everything just to also copy paste those. Because some of them, of course, we call, Cheska, but it's Cheska Vierova, SRO, and stuff like that, right? Like we never say Golan Gear Limited, we just say Golan. But I copy out all of those. But yeah, we'll work on this a little bit later on. One thing I was thinking as well, maybe just doing that while we're doing all this anyway, is instead of going exotic gear, going exotic holster, for instance, like with Nimble. And then changing that for all of these. So instead of named weapon, named assault rifle. But I feel that's also a lot of work. To a degree, we might just skip that and come do that at a later pass. Although, or we're kidding, if I fill everything, I'll be done with this. Yeah, for now, we'll leave this here. As yeah, we have a new week. And that means new scouts. Also, actually, what was the thing? What was the timeline thing? Clan XP, right? Yeah, clan XP. So yeah, so some clans will get a ton XP. I mean, it can be handy for setting up new clans or something in this time and getting them to 30 quickly, maybe. Does it say how many? Oh, 3 times multiplier. Okay. Is 5 August the next week? Yeah. Oh, interesting. So likely, because I would expect the stretch goals to start with this. So then likely the stretch goals are next week, and then the week after that is the climax mission. But it's also weird that this then is at 26th August or for this thing. Because we have that, and then yeah, likely we have the climax mission, still stretch goals, and then golden bullet, and then maybe 2nd of August, no, 2nd of September we have the next season, maybe. You would expect PTS at some point as well. Yeah, let's actually quickly go around the vendors while we're in early here. See if they have anything of use. And also if they have ever any smart cover things. Let's go around. Let's see especially what brands are around. Then we'll go do the scout. It's my lunchtime. I mean,
Come on,
we'll be
Agent.
going for a while, so. Usable carnage. Unusable on anything else. Usable for hardcore. No. I've been kind of thinking slowly about, although I shouldn't really yet, but maybe at some point doing a fourth account. Mostly just seeing how it is kind of now again, with the boost to 40 and stuff available, and like modern expertise. Although I will likely wait till they maybe change something about expertise, just to, you know, experience it all together. Let's actually get our Seishi requisition then there. Crit chance, crit damage, 511. I've been thinking of doing actually a brand-based joke build on main account. But I haven't really decided which one yet. Actually, targeted wise, we do have LMGs here and rifles there. One of my maybe getting some purple, or trying to get some purple LMGs. So I wouldn't mind actually doing that this week. Trying to get the purple LMG and then
Combat simulation program active.
also there's still slot for today and tomorrow, right? Yeah. I think I finished the purple run. I want to see if I can also turn that into like a challenge video kind of thing. Seeing as I do enjoy watching this from time to time, let's try at making one. Let's go through the DZ vendors. Also, yeah, today finally that one video went up about our
Civilians in distress.
friend. So let's see if that stirs up some shit. I'm sure it will.
Detected. Nearby location.
But also,
Hostiles.
yeah, if they,
Hey, Agent.
whatever they try, they've been so incompetent so far. I'm not fearing much. And the useful here. I have claws out, but you would really want this to be a headshot piece so you can
Glad we could.
red core it. But also now that Eminence Armaments exists, I don't think there is no longer a use case, right? For claws out. In the past, you could use it, especially if you weren't using Dodge City Holster and you wanted to use Memento with a high end. You could, like, from a stat perspective, the claws out could give
Check out
you
the best selection.
the best increase for that, but there's also a tiny difference. But now that Eminence exists, like, hell to the no, right? Nothing useful here. Not that we expect it to be, but we should always check. Sometimes we run into a super unicorn or something. It's been a while though. But imagine if suddenly like the Lengmo super unicorn is like on a DZ vendor or something.
Welcome, Agent.
That could make for a fun week. Yeah, let's go to New York and then Brooklyn as well. And then we'll go do the scouts. Hopefully it's nothing extensive. Was it last week that was the 4 control points? I wonder if they're kind of ramping them up to be a little long in some places. Did I
Safe
do that?
area detected.
So Lingmo Super Unicorn. So especially you want to have well, pieces with crit chance, crit damage. So for instance, I have here one for the knee. But then the Super Unicorn specifically is this chest. So you want to get either Glass Cannon or Obliterate, and then crit chance, crit damage, so you can record the core. So it is a little bit of a rarer piece to get. And that's, with that, you can basically have the Pestilence build in this way, where you can put in a Fox's Prayer. Like, this is really what that one opens up. Because the other way you can make this as well is without that, you Super Unicorn, and you... It's also why I have that Lingmo knee pad, but then we take a sacrifice here. This is kind of the alternate version. That's also why I have it saved like that, so I can go do both versions. So you can either take a sacrifice here and the Lingmo here, but I do definitely prefer having the layout be like this. Yeah, vendors.
Hey, agent, you looking to trade?
The tactical is, well, expensive.
Trade anything except my soul.
No Habsburgs and such so far as well. Not a few. That would be more than most have. It is a very rare piece.
Help you, agent.
Because yeah, you got to remember that it needs to have like crit chance, crit damage here, and then also the talent. Like, these pieces don't drop that often. Usable CQB, but way too expensive. And yeah, none of the kind of brands that are useful for buying and deconstructing. And also no, well, actually before we leave, we kind of have to, right? Give Bronson a few pets. I was gonna say something, but then I lost it. Yeah, let's go Brooklyn as well. Last vendor. I wish they would at some point kind of upgrade some of these
Entering safe area.
notes. I feel all of the like, they added a bunch of countdown ones at some point when countdown originally got added, but a lot of story ones are like way old.
I'll trade anything except my soul, but it's negotiable.
I mean, this guy has the same voice lines as the New York vendor. I'll buy one of those if it's better than the pistol that I already have. One Palisade piece, so we can get some Palisade at least this week. And then nothing else
Thanks for
useful.
trading with me.
I'm rebuilding the pistol collection on this again, so checking here and there if something I run into has some use. No, already had a way better one. Yeah, let's go do the scouts. Scout. Let's go back to DC. And either carbon. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Happy to finally have that one video out so we can kind of forget about that certain individual. And then work towards getting the Eclipse Masterclass going. I won't record. Oh, really? I didn't pass her all. I was like, why am I still looking at the screen? As I look, we'll work on that. Saturday is the day it has to go up. Thursday I'll be away actually, so we basically have Wednesday and Friday, and then Saturday I can do some on my own. But tomorrow we'll definitely do the tactics section and maybe some gameplay for it already.
Safe area detected.
And then do some more on Friday. Yeah. Manhunt. Any specific zone? No, we need to hit them harder. Interrupt enemy supply chains. Convoys? I'm guessing 2 convoys. Let's go with the convoy and see if it is a convoy. One that I can actually intercept, preferably, because most of these are not really in a great spot to be intercepted. Oh, saw one there. Just now spawn in, so yeah. That'll be an easier one to intercept. This is becoming nighttime. Convoys spawn a lot less nighttime, so hopefully we'll have enough on the map. Wait, no. I wanna just open the bags. Apparently I'm just running. We're gonna run bestie. I'm just too lazy to change build now.
Hostile control point detected.
And of course my allies do the annoying thing of aggroing people.
Hope that hurt.
Where will we? There's guys spawn points.
Critical.
It's gonna be inside there, actually. I think it is right here.
I shot the hyena.
Oh, we'll see in a second.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Basically, I'm gonna let the Pestitic murder them and then just reload in the meantime. Gotta be smart about it. Okay, it is. It is supply convoys. Okay, so let's try to intercept one of those. Let's wait for Joseph there. Well, now you know if you get some in the future. What's his name? And you mentioned Tinker and Heartbreaker. What second would you use without the ACS to stack? I think actually that was what I was kind of talking with Heartbreaker about, was just it's gonna be too annoying to not have the ACS to stack. Because that's one that does definitely benefit from having like an AR plus an ACS. I don't remember exactly what I was kind of thinking then, but especially I think, for instance, yeah, Future Perfect could be a pretty good pick for something like Heartbreaker as the combination. Also, I think, yeah, it'll still be easier to fit it on Striker, especially Obliterate Striker or something like that, because of the... just because of the, yeah, like stacking issues that the Striker doesn't have.
Detected. Hostile supply convoy detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
This will fill back most of the way on the food already. There's one of the things as well that will stay competitive, and the way that I use Heartbreaker is more Heartbreaker Tech Tank quite often. One of the things that will stay very competitive against Tinker is still the Memento. Keep forgetting where Manhunt. Well, it should be in the season menu at this point. But it's stop to enemy propaganda, so just actual propagandas. Oh, have two there. And like super quick ones. Man, doesn't matter that much. Let's go for these two. Mostly because we can fast travel to close to them as well. This spot though can be a little bit annoying sometimes. Spawn from far away around the corner sometimes. At least these two steps were pretty easy so far. Also, wait, is this? No, right?
Nearby.
This is this way. Yeah, so this week, next week, and then the week after. Yeah, so 12. We're getting there. Definitely want to get a video out about it even before it comes out. And then we'll likely do a follow-up video when it's actually out. But I'm kind of looking forward to it. I've seen some people be very apprehensive about it being like super OP. Like, that's the one part what I'm not seeing, basically. I'm just looking at some of their concern and going like, that's not that big of a difference to what we already have.
Progress halted.
Because in a lot of places it's bad. Basically, you're taking
Access key detected.
an exotic talent and just swapping it for a weapon. You're basically swapping Coyote for a weapon talent. Which definitely some of the weapon talents are much stronger than Coyote. Especially on the utility term, but it's also like not humongous.
Progress resumed.
I'm just gonna let him come a little bit just so we have one wave here. Kill the wave super fast, you'll get the double wave.
Manual override required.
You can fast travel to the other one, right? Yeah. Although, do I have an easier one? Especially if there was one there. That spot isn't... It's kind of annoying. That spot is pretty easy. Let's go be over there. Because, well, Tinker will be really good for people that are kind of okay with Streamline. To a degree that I'm just like, maybe for some things I'll run Streamline too.
Hostile broadcast.
Although,
detected.
like, I just, stuff like Pulse and stuff is just, I feel way too useful. One of the things as well with the Tinker is the talent thing is only one way. So if you want to have like a main weapon, it's just going from this talent is going from like secondary to primary, not the other way around. So you can't just have streamline and then swap it. But of course, what you can do is just go in here and just do that, right? But you would have to swap out the streamline like when your hive goes on cooldown and stuff. That could be annoying. You have quite a bit of damage. What about a region build that could use extra? I mean, yeah, well, just what, like, well, it depends, because you do have you still have decent damage, but yeah, in like solo. When you kind of compare that in, you know, once you start pushing it a little bit and into places where damage kind of does matter a little, like legendary, like master, some of the harder missions. I think they only just spawn there. I don't think they have a different spawn point there. But yeah, especially for instance, if you are running a bunch of blues, putting preservation there,
Access key detected.
getting some armor on kill going, or well, armor regen on kill, because it's not armor on kill.
It could be today, it could be tomorrow. Either way,
But I feel for me personally, Thinker is going to be much more that. I'm going to enjoy putting fast hands into a few,
Required.
on a few weapons again,
Resumed.
and kind of running killer plus fast hands or measured plus fast hands. Because I used to run fast hands quite often, so. Even some of the faster reloads now are still quite a bit.
Manual override required.
Attention, all those who are sick, tired, hungry, and sick and tired of being sick, tired.
Eva.
Eva Garcia.
Yeah. What is the last step? Hunt for high-ranking Black Dusk. Is this 2 bounties or is it just 2 names? Either way. Sure, was the invasion. I guess capital invaded. Yeah, none of those are worth it. Where's the mid boss in here? Uninvaded. Zing has 2 bosses. There's a mid boss here? Oh yeah, the heavy midway through. Oh yeah. Let's go for bounty though, because this is either do 2 bounties or just kill 2 names. That's what it sounds like. Do you have any Black Dusk anywhere? Or do you have a Black Dusk there? Let's maybe clean up some of this. Yeah, let's go here. Striker. Heartbreaker. Oh, okay. Yeah, especially on hardcore is of course a little bit different. But on hardcore, I think Memento is like really good still there now. But pairing a damage talent plus preservation, for instance, will I feel be pretty good, for instance, yeah, for hardcore. The thing to remember though is you do need to get it from a master mission. Depends on how that mission looks. At least yeah, that was Tinker, right? Or still, or that's right now. Same here. I run it basically always. It's just kind of too good to give up. And I kind of have the same, like a striker. Basically what I do is, if you're familiar with the tech tanks, I just basically take the tech tanks, but that's still with the revive hive. On hardcore, the revive hive is just too valuable to give up.
Friendly control point nearby.
So it's not technically a tech tank. This is not technician. Doesn't have the artificer, but still works out. Oh, for you to get the last language, yes. In my case, I got it through crafting and got pretty lucky with it. It didn't take me too long. I still did like 50 crafts or something, or 40 crafts. But I got lucky in that one, but then unlucky on some others. Like I've had other super unicorns take me quite a while.
You might think twice in the future.
Do any? Oh yeah, it goes sometimes like that. Like some people will get it early, some people will get it, you know, pretty late. RNG will RNG. But yeah, it's really depends. Now at least you can craft as well the backbone if you have the blueprint for it. That will make that part a little bit easier. So you can at least get that one. You have the scent blueprints. But yeah, most of those exotics, or most of those super unicorns, not exotics, they, like on average, I would say they were like anywhere between 5 and 10,000 watch points were in the old way. So that's kind of like 2,000 now, or 3, like, or well, divided by 3 basically. So.
Agent, target spotted.
1,500-ish to like 3,500 or something. But yeah, it can take quite a while, and you can be way beyond that. So for instance, one of the ones that was horrible for me was the 511 backpack, which was also like a joke piece. It wasn't even actually useful even. Oh, well, I mean, it's useful, but that took me about 30k watch points. But then like in the old watch point system, so like 10k modern ones. Yeah. I would say actually still 300. Even if you get it in 300, that would be well below. Or, you know, very lucky. I would put it on average into the 1,000 crafts or something. It is actually a really, like, annoyingly rare piece. But keep in mind, you can always make the sacrifice version and just run that. If nothing else for the time being, and then, you know, you just make it your long-term project. Farm for it a little, craft for it a little. And eventually you'll get it, and then it'll feel good.
You know what to do.
At least one would hope. That gal is sniping with a with a rocket launcher. One way to snipe.
Target down. Good job.
What do you mean 50 cal? 50 millimeter. It doesn't even have recoil. It's a recoilless rifle. Are the shields and heavies wrapped in armor or health? Wait, which shields? Oh, do you mean just the armor plates and stuff? It's whatever is underneath it. So with most enemies, they are health underneath it, so it's DTH. That applies to it. But then you have like the Chungas in Iron Horse and stuff. The heavies in there. They actually have armor and health. They're kind of different. And their armor plates are, you know, first armor until the armor is dissipated, and then But in general, armor plates are whatever is underneath them, basically. I don't have the modifier on. Because I was doing something on this character and I got turned back.
That's the target, Agent.
I wouldn't mind having that. Let's relocate a little bit.
Serious trauma detected.
Wait. Oh well, that worked. God damn it.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Instant counter there. God damn mini tank. You didn't take enough damage to go back to your honor. Oh, he has healing camps. It's a rare one to see. You know what? Let's just... Can you go away? Thank you. Stop healing yourself.
Target neutralized. Good work. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Was that the thing? Okay, so it's 2 bounties. It's not just 2 names. Good. Figured that out. I neither funky. Face that. I mean, I think it would look good as a tramp stamp, yeah. But yeah, welcome in. I need to just. It says found a combo of boosting hyperspace and sustain was quite useful. Yeah, that was kind of my go-to as well. It wasn't just also just sustain DPS, it was beyond that, whenever you're stuck in a reload, and this still holds true, but now the damage difference is enough. Like when it was versus Strained and Optimist and such, I was leaning more towards fast hands because also whenever you're in reload, you can't really affect the outcome. You're kind of, you're along for the ride. If you are reloaded, even if you have like weak bullets, you can still try to hit a weak point, like shoot the head and try to get a stagger going, stuff like that. And that was always more the case for me. I always liked that a lot. Just not being, having the ability to affect the outcome. IKEA merchandise. I feel we should do some Nokia merchandise. Although I feel also if I ever do that, I'm just gonna get myself sued. Although we can do Nokia as a personality, right? Like, but yeah, some of the dumb things I've said as Nokia, I feel would fit well on t-shirts. You know, there is some sort of 1 second minimum for stacking reload, but should that only apply to multiple sources of reload handling? Guess every single step for sure brings it under 1 second. So there is a minimum reload animation speed. For a lot of weapons, it used to be 1 second. That's where that still kind of comes from. That's their original kind of especially ARs and LMGs. Like most of the SMGs could already go underneath that. But it's basically each of the weapons has a minimum or maximum like reload animation speed kind of thing. But yeah, most of especially SMGs and stuff, you can push way beyond that. I haven't done enough testing. So reload speed is a whole section that kind of like it could be a whole like 7-hour discussion by itself.
Target near you.
There's one thing we can definitely say is like the reload speeds that we have kind of in game. They don't really always make sense. Especially some weapons are very much outliers and kind of show different reload speeds. Because that reload speed should be the in-between, the in-game shown one. The in-between the tactical reload and from empty reload. But it doesn't always line up. I think as though that's too much testing there. Like it's all frame counting. And that's something that I'm just not set up to do, nor do I really know how to do. So I've just gone around it and just gone like, I'll just use the in-game number. Kind of half assuming that it's, you know, wrong. If it is wrong, it's wrong for everything in the same way, which I kind of know it isn't. But it is still just, yeah, the best we got.
Serious trauma detected.
But I wouldn't mind like getting the skills together to first understand how to like, yeah, do consistent time testing for reloads and stuff, and then actually trying to put that into practice. But I don't see it happening quickly anyway. There's plenty of other places I can put my time towards. Is it going to build dedicated to this season's modifiers? Actually, thanks for reminding me. I need to still turn them on. No, I did run, like, for instance, the backfire with a few. Like, I just flipped some, like that hazard protected backfire. From being, with a few bleed mods to not, for instance. Apparently, I don't feel most of the modifiers, you don't need per se a dedicated build. Like, I'm generally just not doing that. I will alter some weapon choices here and there. I'll alter some, you know, maybe a mod or something. And I mean, some builds were kind of, for instance, yeah, the red refactor from last season, where it was basically with mostly red scores. Like that really only worked that season where we had to overcharge. I don't feel like I see some people kind of complaining sometimes or making the case of like, you need to make specialized builds for the modifiers. Honestly, especially for instance here, like, yeah, if they had done the crit chance differently and it didn't go over the cap, then for that, maybe, because you would need to like set your crit chances different. But here as well, I can just take your normal crit chance, crit damage, and it just adds on top and goes over. Because at best, I feel you can like mess around and like, yeah, last season running Eclipse with the recon drone or something like that. That was kind of funny for like 5 minutes. But the thing also there was I felt actually that was kind of completely unnecessary because you didn't need the Eclipse Ward at all because you were setting everything on fire consistently anyway. Like the Eclipse spreading the fire was just like, yeah, but so is the recon drone already.
Target spotted.
Oh, it blew up. Okay. I was like, weren't there shock rounds here? Yeah, there are normally, but it blew them up. Or something blew them up. Weren't there two what? Am I... That one also got blown up? Let's see if we can go straight to hell. Ah, too late. Because yeah, there is in this building, especially here, if you run here and roll at the exact right time, you can just fall through and go straight down. There we go. Yay! Goodbye! That's it. Straight to hell. Oh shit, I lost the button. Wait, what? Oh, normally I do this in groups, of course. God damn it. Normally when we're doing this is in a group, of course. Yeah. Oh, all of these also de-triggered. It's gonna be easier to, because I'll otherwise have to run all the way around. Let's just go back from here and but it did spoil us, yeah. But well, also microwave calls last season. I kind of like actually this season nothing super OP, and what the modifier turns into being is just you have to watch out for some enemies with the red, and then sometimes you have to watch out for enemies, especially if they have blue and yellow, and they have a something deployed. And then everything else kind of dies faster, which that's actually exactly what I want out of a modifier. Just change up the things we were doing just a little bit. Just, you know, give me an extra thing to care about, or to have to care about. Which I feel, especially this season, does well. Because yeah, for instance, microwave coal season, whenever you were abusing kind of that, it just was way too easy. First season, it was just about, yeah, by putting by the teeth in the right range. Because all it was basically just using, setting up, you know, or picking a range for your build and then using the ults to bring by the teeth to that range, or just use it at long range. But that was actually pretty silly. I should have realized that, yeah, I'm going to get too far away from the
Target is near
bandit.
you, Agent.
Usually when I do that, we're in a group, so the rest of the group is still in range when I go to hell. The downside of getting to this bounty always is just there's a bunch of stuff. And then on top of it, we also have a named group this time. I see the yellow in the distance. Oh, that was so far away, the explosion. Because I did hit the drones there, actually. But the explosion...
We got a man down.
Uh-oh. System malfunctioning. System restored.
Oh, we can shoot through
Immediate
that.
medical assistance needed.
Oh, they're shooting from up there. I was gonna say that wall should be high enough. 2 RC cars. Let's just get rid of this one. And once we have a full stack going around, we'll just deal with. Keep seeing 511 pieces there. I'm actually, yeah, I'm really considering making another brand. I feel it's either gonna be 6-piece Lengmo, because we already have. Actually, I mean, I just literally need a glove for that, so that would be way too easy, right? I just need a glove. Because otherwise, I was thinking 6-piece Cheska, just just all in on Cheska. 6-piece RNK. That's kind of an obvious one as well, especially trying to get it red. That at least still requires unicorns.
I'll get to him. I got you. I'm sending out the drone.
You're doing no such thing.
Ready or not?
And I'll have that spread around. Over there.
Taking fire. Taking serious fire.
That's your target.
And I always like this kind of gameplay from the bestie. Oh, let me get up here. This over there. Interesting. I mean, yeah. They are very interesting. Only downside is, yeah, they're forcing me to deal with them, so I will. It's Petro with Ninja Bike. I feel Petro, well, at least for a red build. Because I was also considering maybe making it not a red build. But I feel I just should make it a red build because at least, we can use that in places. Because if we just make a skill build, even if it's horrible, it's just gonna slowly get through stuff. Press the wrong button there. Is it okay?
Keep clear.
You got the target.
Dragging down.
I need to go for their flanks. I've been pinned down.
And then Black does love to
Target neutralized. Good work.
try to go around stuff. Anything, could you just kindly F off?
Enemy located. Where's my backup?
Annoying thing is they have that box up, and we'll heal them quite a lot actually. Well, actually,
You got the target. Nice.
because it couldn't see him. We'll get exotic out of it. Centurion. Also, I'm kind of showing that, yeah, Centurion is kind of dropping from targeted because that drop could only be a targeted. Oh, was that scout? That was a scout. Secret game mode, yeah. The hell mode.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Yeah, so there's supposed to be one here. Why wasn't it there last time? So it wasn't even an exploded box there. Yeah, let's take this back to base. Actually, let's listen to the manhunt come. Okay, listen to
You
last.
want to know about diamond? Yeah. It's Nat's favorite shape. The black tusk logo is a diamond. It is. Is Nat diamond?
they'll continue once we reach here.
Disabled all our comms, drones, and hovercrafts. That's why you didn't attack until we restored the network. Now he gets it. Boys, show him what he's won. Who are you talking to? No one, Manny. It's a joke. You gotta lighten up. I need a break. You want some coffee? You have coffee? We have roasted dandelion root coffee. It's not bad if you put honey in it. Sure. I'll just have a tea. Mint if you got it. 1 mint to Zane coming up.
So yeah, they like diamonds. Allegedly, I feel we lost the sentence there.
You want to know about Diamond? Yeah. It's Nat's favorite shape. The black tusk logo is a diamond. It is. Is Nat Diamond? What? No. Diamond is her server. It's what controls all the Black Tusk tech, intel, comms, and AI. Like the Shade Network. Yeah, they're built on the same system. When we took out the node in DC, we disabled all our comms, drones, and hovercrafts. That's why you didn't attack until we restored the network. Now he gets it. Boys, show him what he's
Okay. That's weird, but they disabled. And they disabled that, sir? Yeah. No, it's actually not as a for no particular reason, just because in the end I just went with just their name and calling him an asshole, basically. Because yeah, for no particular reason, I'm kind of saving for just division-related stuff. It would have made sense, especially likely some people outside of, you know, the common community that normally sees this will see this. So I wanted to like not couch it too much in some of the, yeah, kind of like in jokes like that, basically.
He was a fucking actor. Yeah, but not like a famous one. First time you used a crash cart to restart someone's heart instead of CPR, you didn't think, well, that's not right. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen him use a crash cart. That wasn't fucking suspicious? Not really. Not a lot of heart attacks in the last year. Mostly gunshot wounds, burns, and shrapnel. You don't... Manny, who the hell put you in charge? Fate. How old are you? Younger than I look. Jesus. You never signed up for this, did you? This is just... what happened to you? Yeah. You never watched Summer's Way, right? What's Summer's Way? Jesus, Manny. Summer's Way. Dr. Summers. That was the show your actor was on. Never heard of it.
Summers was actual. Yeah. I feel even in the apocalypse, it should be, you know, somewhat doable to check someone's credentials. Instead of going, you know what? Sure, you're our doctor / barber.
See you, agent.
You're a barber doctor. I mean, that should have been suspicious by itself, that they're a doctor and a barber. I don't feel there is too much overlap between those two fields. And either forward. Yeah, so we got our scout caught up. Well, as well, actually, you don't need to do the scouts unless you just, for instance, here, I'm just doing it for doing it, and then also for, you know, some of the rewards here and the exotic components along the way and such. Because if you want to do the master later on, you only really need to do Scout 8 and Scout 12. Like, those are the only two that you need to do. And you can also save these for later and just do them. That's what I'm doing on second account with the stretch goals whenever they come. Which I would think would be next week. Because next week is the SHD... the SHD... No, what am I saying? It's the season XP, not SHD. I pulled myself in the wrong way there. Yeah, let's actually go maybe do a weekly. Oh, actually, I've done already parts of it. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. The scout kind of aligns with some of the daily and weekly and stuff. But yeah. We need an invaded stronghold, which we could do title after 2 missions, but I think I'll just go for capital and just do these 3 and capital. And yeah, I don't know if anybody's interested in doing some of those. If you are, then feel free to join up if you haven't already. Otherwise, If you say like, hey, I want to join, we'll get you in here. I'm more likely to do it with just a few directives. We won't go overboard. Let's actually just take Fog of War, Ragers, and Fragile. We'll leave the rest off for today. And basically do the list with that. What I should have done is actually one extra bounty there. So I should go do that bounty first. That'll also count as activities. That'll also count as names. Yeah, and if you want to hop in, feel free. I'm set to, yeah. Making sure I'm not set to closed or something. Yeah, let's go for this bounty first. And then we'll go do the missions. Oh yeah, I already bought the apparel for this week. I was thinking of using it in the video I was doing today, but I thought this was a little bit too silly for that. But you know what, now that we have it, let's actually run it. One interesting thing is the weapon skin you can buy for textile. So if you have just some extra textiles lying around and you want to get that weapon skin, you can. But yeah, this looks nice and just super bad. My favorite. That spotted me. Although they're the Warhound, they were always going to spot me.
Serious trauma detected.
One thing I might do in a sec is just swap there. Ooh, something different. Actually, for now, let's stick to Bestie. I'm not armor bugged yet. Let's pop that. Get some loots. Invaded zones, just all the black disc of that. Oh, some shooting, man. Missed half of that. Is there some underground there? I'm trying to think of like what underground would be there, because I can't remember there being a sewer there.
Target is
Let me
nearby.
go get this jammer.
System curtailed.
This jammer as well is just always weird that it's here. It has been actually quite useful plenty of times for me when I've been doing any testing with like disruption and stuff. Because it's a guaranteed place where you can go find some some disrupt.
System back online. System curtailed. System reactivated.
And again, if anybody else wants to join us for at least the missions of the weekly, feel free to say so. We'll likely do the 3 invaded missions and then capital. We can do 2 and then do title. The title usually takes longer. And then like not better targeted either. Maybe if I had some good targeted, we'll go for that. Also, actually on this character, I don't want to clear out Potomac of Black Tusk.
Agent, target spotted.
That's because sometimes I do farm West Potomac for headhunting and stuff. Just gonna what this character has. Aw, we didn't get extra angry Jacks. We got extra Jacks angry. I wouldn't have mind extra angry Jacks. Still want some of the like Black Tusk, especially with their nicknames, has a bunch of fun ones. Because they also have, for instance, auntie or grandma. So you could have extra angry grandma, for instance.
Let's see how they like this.
Vital signs critical. System malfunctioning. System.
World's on fire.
Agent down.
Let's chain both of them.
Target neutralized. Good work. Fire.
They pinned me down.
You got the target. Nice.
Spawn that.
Med UAV in the air.
You know, we just have Mr. Angry. Angry Barrett. Now, let's not go to hell again. It's a silly place.
Engaging. Just all day.
That's the target agent.
There you go, that one.
An agent needs assistance.
Pinned down.
Yeah, okay, you got that. Interestingly, it's not showing me Anza's other skill. Which quite often happens. It's just the
Target neutralized.
annoying bug sometimes.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
I was thinking as we need Black Tusk activities, I think I have one more bounty here. Yeah, let's maybe cheese this one other bounty. Yes, Uns hasn't done any of them yet. Or maybe you have already. I don't know.
Immediate.
But we can do this as an activity and then also just clean up my map below. Let's clear these guys out. And then also we'll show kind of the bounty cheese area here. This again also is not as good as like the Downtown West one. But it's still doable. Because if we just basically leave the zone like we have here, I'm gonna pop this one. And it's just gonna put it back here again.
Another agent has joined your group.
Oh, we have another one.
Target near you.
Yes. Oh, it's Doug. So just puts it here. So we can right away start Armada.
Serious
Ow, ow, ow.
detected.
Ah.
Agent out of action.
But I made it to the cover. Yeah, those guys join the fight here too. I already aggroed them inside here, so watch out for that. Not get hit by the bleed. No, just feels alright. And Bestie. Yeah, I like it a lot as well for just general play.
Agent, target spotted.
It's just also that Bestie tick going around actually keeps a bunch of enemies busy here and there. Well, especially here, for instance, in a 3-man team, I'm going to start leaning towards, for instance, yeah, going something a little either more supporty or more just more damage, like, or more direct damage. I apparently didn't pick some loot up here. Some loot sounds.
You got the target. Nice. Target down. Good job.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
These plates, they're fucked.
Oh, there's spawning.
Guns up.
Oh. No way.
That's your target.
It's interesting that they all kind of spawned here. Except the last guy, of course. Make us chase him. What are you gonna do? There's a lack of support sometimes. Yeah, the thing is though that it's kind of dependent on the team always. It's always the case with supports. You have to have people to support. But yeah, I feel OD is really good in, when it's buffing basically. When it is buffing 7 people especially. Like it in the open world too, just because it can, for instance, your cause bring us 1 directive extra.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Gee, somebody's running OD here as well.
That's another one down.
Could
Good
maybe
job,
then move
Agent.
it to having 1 directive more, maybe. Triple tick. Yeah, let's maybe then take it to 3 directives. It's just the right city. All right. I just keep that, I would say. I feel all of us will be well stocked for that, but you can just use the components likely, right? Because yeah, let's go do the missions. Right? Yeah, let's go do the missions. And then we'll round out whatever else we need after. For these, I am gonna go Eclipse. Eclipse. I'm gonna go Glass because I just want to get some more practice in Eclipse in. And yeah, seeing as we have OD, if you're okay with it, Ons, if you're staying that, we'll turn on the ammo directive. Okay. I take it, Ons, if you want to. I'm also kind of good on comps. Okay, yeah, if you're over cap, then right now. We'll just not take cool skills. I want to have both of my skills. I want to mess around with some stuff. But yeah, let's get going here. And yeah, again, if anybody does want to join us, feel free to say so.
The viewpoint building, probably because of its broadcasting capabilities.
Otherwise, we'll just matchmake in a sec.
Agent down.
I like how that. I just want to show one thing here. There's this missile that comes at our face. Yeah. It's a little bit fake. Turns out. I wonder if they actually like, because I feel like there's plenty of other places where they just kill the player if there's a similar situation. Kind of weird that specifically for that one they're just removing the damage. Oh, we're gonna have another spawn here in a second, so I'm kind of setting up for that. Because eclipsing has helped a lot by having the game knowledge, but you can always build that up. Over time. I don't know, this might be a matchmake for 4, just to get what we get.
Recover any intel you can
Just to
find.
have the 4-man scaling here. I'm gonna quickly grab this. Very quickly. Just for the not the best target there. Let's follow it up there.
Got a mark.
Oh, that's fine. This place is kind of facing dependent.
Another agent is now in your group.
That's heavy.
An agent needs assistance.
I'm gonna take the chest off of that one. I'm just gonna reset my hive. Put the key chest here. Let's put the resources there as well. Yeah, we got
There's a
ourselves a
Black Tusk computer near your
random
position.
there.
Find it and recover any intel it contains.
Scored ahead. Who did that? Tango sighted. Copy.
Oh yeah,
Weapons are hot.
got that away. Yeah, there's this wave and then they come up. It just is not haven't done this one in a while apparently. The big boy will have weakened their chest with a crossbow. Well, likely my allies will break that before even as an effect. There we go. And especially a lot of these missions with, you know, competent team. They're a little bit just too easy, I feel, nowadays. I wouldn't mind just like making a heroic plus. Because all you really would need to do is just scale the health. Like, just health and armor. Just double it, basically. I'm like, why isn't this thing firing? Have I tried turning it off and on again?
System reactivated.
Make that a sledge while I'm disrupted. Hoping I didn't set it a place where I can't get past. You know, and things here is they spawn across. I'm just gonna pass my hive across and just deal with a lot of them. Compared to heroic in terms of scaling, from feel, it doesn't seem that much higher scaling. I still haven't actually gone in and looked at exactly what their values were. But for that, just that sniper dog at the end there. That guy's a bitch. I'll take the head a little bit off of it. One wave always spawns here, so I'm gonna prepare myself for that, and then a wave there. I'm gonna go set my hive here because the next wave is there. There's usually just some escapees. You know, with a lot of these enemies, they're just dead too fast most of the time. So I just choose not to even go for it. There's also nothing in this game. Yeah. 11k yelling in his mic for 4 red pieces of clips, setting her and killing ads because he thought damage was affecting his
Black Tusk have been busy here.
Hey, yeah, there's a bunch of
whatever
like,
useful data you can find.
really dumb people that usually are also the most vocal. It's those two things seem to go hand in hand. Basically, the less qualified people are, the more they... Also, yeah, watch out going into that middle there. That middle is a, yeah, kind of that. It's a dead zone. It is one of those places definitely to take the high ground. Okay. Means I can't push down there. Especially that guy's there. I can't kill this guy quickly. Best I can do is actually just try to help here and keep him busy as much as I can. But in here, you generally, yeah, don't want to go down there. It's way too exposed.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, snap back. Ow.
Agent down.
My turn. Oh, that Sambrog is still there. Thought they actually had moved on or something. I lost track of them and I thought they had jumped there. That is important as well. It's very easy. Usually, yeah, that's even, you know, they build up a false. They build up a false. Okay, snipe bag. They build up a false thinking that they know because, you know, they must know because they're 11k, right? But the SHD doesn't mean much, obviously. It's scary. Like, at some point you just either, yeah, you just either leave or you just go like mute and just. There is only so much you can try to do, especially when they're not
We're showing Black Tusk activity on the
in
roof.
any way willing
Can't
to
afford leave
adapt.
any hostile elements in the building.
Oh yeah. So there's this interact here. And I still want to figure out what the hell this is. Because I have no idea why that interact is there. Let's go have a boss fight. One thing I want to try is try to find what's on the other side there. One thing to check on those kind of people as well is what their actual playtime is. Because especially on, let's say, 11k with, you know, 400 hours or something, that will let you know as well that, you know, that's likely... you know, some of the exploits and stuff like that. But even without that, like, there is, yeah, some people that are just very ignorant and then, but they've just played the game still for quite a while. It just didn't actually, they just didn't learn. I should have gone for that door. Because also, yeah, this door doesn't actually spawn that much. That door spawns so much. Now, let's make that a sledge on some of those enemies. Pretty sure next wave is also there. After, oh yeah, after the chopper.
An agent needs assistance.
Let's see how they like this.
Oh yeah, one more right there. I don't actually how many waves this has. I haven't done this mission in a while, apparently. Hasn't. Although I don't do invaded much, generally. Next wave should be the boss, I think. And that definitely spawns there. I'll make that a sledge. And then Zora is at least a warhound in here.
Agent down.
And always heavy. So
System
I'll take care of those.
System back online.
Roof clear. No more contacts.
Kind of curious
Back
before they
under
leave
control.
there. Buddy
Excellent
was
work.
a super tank. Yeah, that's not gonna. Here's what they did actually throughout the mission. Taking the broken armors, yeah. I mean, for red bills, I often do the same. I'm same, basically, just stacking the brokens. If they're bugged out, you can also go to shared spaces and just fix them up. Forgot all the spawns. Yeah, actually, on that one, I forgot a bunch of spawns, especially in the boss room as well. The big room we were in, that's just mostly randomized. So that one is different.
In danger.
This is one of the more silly looking outfits, I feel. Although is this just a recolor of the skateboard one? Actually. There we go for nuclear attack. Yeah. Yeah. And also in all that, yeah, they didn't really get to contribute much. Well, yeah, let's go get this started. They'll get a message that we've started this, so hopefully they'll
dislodging them isn't going to be easy.
fast travel to us. I always forget, are the shock rounds here on invaded or on normal? Send that there. They have no escape. Bounce one off the wall there. Oh, actually, for not having escape, I either missed my shots or...
Watch out, reinforcements.
Yeah, he's being a dick. Oh, it's on. Well, actually, yeah, we do have ODs, so we don't get to keep those. We're still in that mission. We'll make a start on this room if they don't join us by the end of it. We'll likely go for a kick because let's start with that. Especially the Warhound's gonna need to go. Defensively gonna put those two down. Because when those Warhounds die, and then land right apparently.
System disrupted. System reactivated.
They're still there.
Local area network detected.
Maybe they're just not joining us.
You find. The more intel we collect on Black Tusk,
Match
the
me for
better we'll
someone
be
else.
able to counter
Well, actually, if anybody wants to join us for, because we'll do the other invaded here mission and then the stronghold. Yeah, let's push the button.
Asymmetric encryption protocol detected. Installing backdoor.
Also, key chest back here. I'm gonna grab that right away.
protect something juicy.
I'm gonna get 100 titanium out of it. Let's just matchmake for a fort.
Another agent has joined your group.
Well, turns out Kelso didn't have to go. And we're just piling up the Black Tusk bodies here.
Going in.
I should just build up the charges.
75% complete. Connection remotely terminated.
Shit, they cut off the terminal.
Here's what they are running. Striker with Picaros. Picaros really doesn't make sense for in that way anymore. Never did, but at least when it was back when it was 15, it kind of made a little bit of sense.
In the vast reaches of space, it's irrational to think that our little planet is the only place capable of creating and sustaining life.
And next one is there.
We know that Mars once had vast oceans.
Waiting for that.
Elements found on Earth could only be created
And
in
this
the
time I'm gonna see about letting them come out a little bit more.
while no other planet, our solar system,
And we can just bounce it off that. So that beam usually is a pretty good place to just bounce it straight down.
evolved from single-cell animals. Complex living beings like humans started as nothing more than the ash of a dying star light years away.
Good hit.
Yeah, to watch out for the gas cans here. I'll blow up that other one. My allies can stand in that. I should have trusted that. That spin was never gonna happen. Let me go for this box real quick.
An agent needs assistance.
The surface of Mars was once home to flowing water, as evidenced by these images.
Back bounce.
At one point, more than 3.8
Is
billion
a
years ago,
good tactic to just know that you can bounce fire chems. That's definitely one thing we're gonna show in the master class.
exploratory craft have sent back evidence of more
And then
recent
you just
water
gonna
flows as well.
land it exactly where you kind of want it,
Dried river
like that.
systems to what appear to be ancient lake beds. There are
Also one of the main reasons I like the
of Mars
fire chem a lot more than the fire sticky.
water environment.
Let's go get this thing.
Water can be found on Mars largely as ice at the Martian North Pole, although small quantities exist as water vapor in the thin Martian atmosphere or as brines in the Martian soil.
Indeed.
Network signal
Went
detected.
onto them like
Sounds
fish in a barrel.
promising.
Send it there. So here, for instance, is what I'm going to use. I should behind that thing. That's why I can't reach her. Later on, there's a wave down there, so they'll run into that. Well, as well, they'll run into this. Because in this mission as well, you can, in some places, do stuff like that. I'm gonna jump down the wrong way. I'm guessing Alani has that. Yeah.
Data corrupted.
Damn it. Guess we keep looking.
And that's mostly the reason as well that I would say the actual,
Secure the final hall.
at least for
You'll find a
heroic
terminal
missions, the true meta is just 1 Eclipse, 3 Strikers. Or well, 3 damage dealers. They can be Strikers, they can be other things, but most of the time they're Strikers anyway. I'm just gonna wait for everybody to get set up here. It doesn't start till I go in. And the last person
Finish
goes in.
mopping up these assholes and let's see what we can find.
I'll break the chest there.
It's probably bricked, but check out the server just to be sure.
Reformat cancelled. Attack data 0.7%.
I'll send the data you were able to recover to our tech guys just in case. The museum is secure. Well done. Here's hoping we get some value for the data you transmitted.
Oh yeah, let's go get set up for Plaza Hall. And I want to see actually how much it did here. This is one of the missions that an Eclipse can sometimes beat others.
An agent
But,
has
yeah.
left your group.
In here though, yeah, with modifiers as well. It's gonna be too close. But yeah, let's look at that. Let me set one more directive before we run in. So let's take the ammo one.
There's been a lot of Black Tusk activity around that metro entrance. Clear all hostile elements from the area.
Sorry. What is it?
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
You know, it's matchmake for last.
There's been a lot of Black Tusk activity around that metro entrance.
Also, I'm just
Clear
taking all the armor
hostile
breaks.
elements from the area.
Mostly for me as well. I just live on the health gate. So having or not having armor like barely matters. Go for that squishiest target there so it spreads. I want to get forward enough to get my hive there.
Another agent is now in your group.
Wasn't this invaded last week? Oh no, this was just part of the weekly last week.
Keep your
Right?
eyes peeled.
It wasn't invaded. This one I'm gonna quickly go get the crate in the back here. Let's get all the loots. Landed that one. They're mostly just adding a fire for the debuff. Against heavies it doesn't do much, but it still gives my allies 10%, so it's a pretty good deal still.
Keep pushing through.
They're trying to get around to the food court.
Oh, is that where we're going? And add here. Which there's also one behind you guys.
System.
4 man, there's also one on that side.
System restored.
Luckily they didn't do much there.
We're in contact.
Helping that spread. You're gonna put my hive there. That will go and hit the people upstairs. And the thing to watch out for is that they also kind of spawn back here. That's the last one. Quickly gonna grab this. See if I can catch up here. This can be actually an annoying room. I'll put my hive on that side for a second.
System disrupted.
Disruption.
System back
Oh,
online.
that were dead. Came out late earlier. In there. But that one's armor broken already.
Get down to the mall.
You made them catch up on the video. It's all together. Oh yeah. That one's worth watching. I mean, usually as well, one thing I do to my own videos as well is usually I watch them on like at least 1.5 times speed.
Contaminated area.
And yeah, I can definitely recommend doing that.
Detected.
Oh no. The DC-62 you see on the streets has lost some potency over time and exposure to weather. But this stuff is fresh.
They usually
Black
can
Tusk
help
must have
quite a
found a
bit.
stockpile of sealed barrels somewhere.
I forgot my hand.
Active terminal
Push forward just to get these guys.
Transmit any data you recover, so we can try to figure out what Black Tusk is up to.
Same old. That was Roger.
Keep an eye out for any Black Tusk intel. Data received. Huh. There's a map of the tunnel system here. Looks like we were right about their intentions.
Grab my crossbow there.
System
Hoping
curtailed.
to get enough distance there to get a range.
System
Even if I'm
reactivated.
disrupted, I can always do that.
Agent down.
And then there's always a few back spawns here. There's that one.
An agent needs assistance.
Oh, poison.
Vital signs critical.
I walked through it. Too much DC-62 there.
Transport from the plaza. Should have all the barrels ready soon.
This is right here. Yeah. Well, in the end, like, because I didn't want to talk about anything that, like, I didn't know directly, right? Like, there's so much stuff on them, but, and yeah, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, there is plenty. But I just especially wanted to add what, you know, what specifically my experiences were with them to the pile. Kind of as I say in the video, it's just another, just one more video about this person being a dick. But then at least it's a recent one, so if people go like, hey, maybe they've changed. Nope. Nope, damn.
Get to the plaza.
I should go back for this. Did I grab the key chest? I don't think I grabbed the key chest. Some loot there, but we'll leave that behind. Yeah, the best thing could you get on the fence by buying it? Also, how's the things? Yeah, I can equip it in a sec. Although actually, I think I'm gonna show it on somebody else in this. Wait, Spectre. We'll get that in a sec.
Contaminated area.
Yeah, choppers. God, how these boss fights work. That's gonna be too late anyway. I'll just let them hit the ground. So this pesty skin isn't like, because there's another pesty skin, I think. This one is mostly a glow in the dark thing. Yeah. I think actually Ans is running out, yeah.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Showed after the fight. Yeah. We just need to pick up the comm there.
True Sons were onto something with those DC-62
And that's
warheads,
completion.
but they lacked ambition. Imagine what we could do if we reverse engineered and mass-produce this liquid. No one could stand in our way.
As ruthless as the True Sons were, the Black Tusk are smarter and more ambitious. Your actions here prevented a major war crime. I'm sure of it.
This is the look of it.
Vital signs critical.
But especially what it is, it's glow in the dark, kind of, slightly, and then there's like the flames on the front there. I'm gonna show it as well. Let me actually show it from here, this menu as well, so you can see it. Do I have the skin on it? I do. Oh. Inspect, there we go. But yeah, it's basically like black with kind of that skeleton in that. And then these fires, as you kind of saw there with Ans, when he's shooting, they kind of light up a little bit. It's not my favorite skin, I would say. It's okay. Kind of depends how much you like the style of it, especially with the glow in the dark effect, basically. Oh yeah, let's go over to Capital. Those on the best, yeah. And smoke like Chatterbox? No, sadly, it's a little bit more limited than that. The one thing is, yeah, oh shit, I toggled.
Hostile control point detected.
Yeah, it's glow in the dark and has this flame space. No, with neon lights. At night it is a little bit more. Why is this toggled? Since when is this just? What is because of group ineligibility? But I just wanna, yeah. Just go to this. Give me the mission options. Let me select heroic so we can force start this. God damn it. Oh, you can't do that from there? Since when? Wait, since when can't we force start?
An agent is no longer in your group.
What? When did that happen? Let's take the same 4 again. Let me get you up here. I'm a fan of Ouroboros, not particularly anymore. It definitely, you know, the changes they made to it were harsh. And then especially as well, wait, is it not, how is this mission not set as an invaded mission?
A Black Tusk transport just dropped off an officer in the plaza behind the building. From here, they look like they're in charge of the op.
That was a
And
weird
that's
one.
your objective, Agent. Clear the site, eliminate any hostiles,
Game going
and most
into
importantly,
fully
take down
weird
that Black
mode.
Tusk officer.
Let's finish up. Let's watch out. This part can be annoying.
An agent needs assistance.
Burn a few. Just really. And we clearly see the diminishing effects kind of come and go
Serious trauma detected.
on those status effects. Okay. Exotique. Did I jump up? Go forget it. I'm gonna forget that loot. But I can just set them all on fire like that already. Because they spawn all together. Just have one escapee. No, it doesn't. Yeah. Don't think I was planning on going to America anyway. But yeah, I don't think I'll be let in after that one.
We got a lot of hostiles setting up by the southern end of the building.
Roger
Yeah,
that. Let's get
after
that
the
south
mission.
wing cleared.
System disrupted.
Indeed, again, if I can get.
System back online.
These lights are shut to hell!
And I have the same kind of defense we normally do have here, so. Big the high ground. I like that. That'll work out too. So out of my hive is just a little bit out of range there. I misplaced it a tiny bit. Enough that.
System malfunctioning. System restored.
Get that one. Oh yeah, let me actually catch you below. How's that? Let's see. Did we get rogues again? No. Not this time. Anyhow, let's push upstairs and just spawn camp them on this one. It's not engaging from down here yet.
Leap forward.
Can I pull out a grenade? Thank you.
Moving to attack. Moving up. Got him.
Mostly we don't want to aggro him too much before we get up here. There's also afterwards. I know that's my fire. You guys can stand in that. Engineer droplets. Of course they do. Oh, socials. I missed about what that was. I'll quickly grab these.
Looks like Black Tusk has
Still
equipment
crashing the
set up on
game
roof.
now.
Then it needs to be destroyed.
I got fixed quite a while back. I can stay in the back.
Armor's coming apart.
Spawning on the other side. As long as I can affect the outcome still from back here pretty well. I'm gonna do some sledges.
System curtailed. System back online.
There we go. Indirect fire. I don't know, there's actually a finite amount of spawns here. So we'll eventually run out. And this might even be the last one, yeah. And then once you guys have the loot, if you guys can swap out with me, I'll go get mine. Because one of us needs to be in the circle. There we go. And yeah. No. Fill up. It's annoying that we can't make that one go faster here. It just goes its time. And also having multiple people in there doesn't make it go faster, annoyingly. But yeah, thanks, Hans, for trading with me there.
All right, continue the sweep.
Increase FOV in the documents instead of only in game 20? No. That's kind of the limit. I think it's 25 though, isn't it, in game? Although whatever, yeah, basically whatever the slider in game is. That's it. I mean, technically, yeah, if you have a white screen, or if you have like ultra wide, like you have more side to side FOV, but yeah, that's kind of that's not really, that's just not just the setting. That's heavy. And this one is kind of spawn all around. So I'm gonna go for the next spawn point. Turn ourselves into prepared emplacements, basically.
An agent needs assistance.
Just shag him. I actually forgot to matchmake, but it's not going to be worth it now anyway. Would have just been for 4-man scaling. Okay, this chopper, and then it's the boss. And then with the boss, it's going to be one random chopper somewhere. I just put a sledge on the boss, and I'm just gonna go take care of this wave. Mostly. I'll trust that my allies have the boss. Especially, when he has sledge on him and everything. There we go. Yeah, let's get our completion and our loot. I'll loot first. I have an exotic there. Maybe I go get that. Lots of infrastructure keys. I got a few.
Looks like you got them all, Agent.
Like for on most characters, like I have like 10 or so or 12. I mean, they come in batches of 3, but for instance, a bunch of my characters have like 20, like that. Gonna fast travel to my allies and get that last crate actually. That we skipped over in the earlier parts.
It's not gonna be easy, but I'll be here to help you out. Godspeed.
What's another type of activity again? Like, classified? What are we talking about there? Yeah. I think you guys likely as well still need some activities, right? And then some bounties you haven't completed it yet. Do I have any more black disk ones? Do I have one here? For instance. First, maybe let's go get cleaned up because yeah, we picked up a lot of loot. So let's do a cleanup for a sec. Oh, 31k on hardcore. Nice. Although yeah, hardcore was for a long time. You could go indefinitely basically on the 5 times and stuff. You could have it as much as you wanted basically. A backbone with headshot and weapon handling, the 2 wrong stats for it. Up all these. Formal content referring to open world bosses. I mean, it has just, I've been using it as a zone here and there. The zones, especially for activities, are pretty good. Like they are definitely. Just out of curiosity. Kind of like them for that. Good show target loot for I mean, there's 3 different places with target loot, but I can pop it for a second here. You're much better off. There is a bunch of discords that have that, like that daily updated. So join one of those in general. Because yeah, DC. It would be easier if you actually just said what, like if you're looking for something specific. Because then New York, but then Brooklyn, of course, like is kind of buggy, so you can't see it from outside. So that's New York. In Brooklyn, you can't see the 2 zones, but that's the missions. Yeah, let's go. Do you guys have any bounties, Black Dusk? I have one in Downtown West. Because we could just do those as activities as well. Also, I need one more named anyway. So I'm also just going to go actually full-on striker and just yoink that. Or try to, at the very least. Oh yeah, if you're willing to use up a few of yours. I'd rather keep that black desk one we have over there for some bandit cheesing in the future. But I'm going to use up the rest of mine. It's also likely that first one is going to go into that annoying area, and then let's maybe do 2 there, and then the other one will go somewhere easier anyway. Name characters. Okay. Yeah, let's maybe do 2 bounties, and then that count for that. I think that'll also be enough for ons. Middle of a crisis. Whatever, free to up win the champ. Yeah, let's go. Let's go do that one. Get away 100 people. Ah, don't worry. I enjoyed kind of annoying that certain individual kind of back. But yeah, they're not gonna eat up too much of my time. Gonna go on the outside here. It's a little gap there. Yeah, let's just deal with this.
Throwing a frag. They've got me.
And yeah, thanks for the kind words as well there. Yeah, don't worry. They unless more happens there, that's I think where that story ends. I might do a follow-up at some point if we actually But I might just do that as a post or something. Just if we get any further things against them. And you're welcome, Private. Oh, Private Pirate. I see there. Okay. And yeah, in general as well, there is like a bunch of Discords. I think the official doesn't, but definitely know like Whips Discord kind of has a bunch of clan Discords have like just the daily targeted loots on them. Mine doesn't, because it's a lot of work. Seems like a lot of work. Oh, we have a random names group.
Vital signs critical.
And there, I got saved by the.
Eat this!
An agent needs assistance.
Bring down a decoy!
Somebody shooting.
Agent, target spotted. You got the target. Nice.
Indeed. Don't worry. Be happy. Yeah. We'll just Hakuna Matata our way through it. Well, thank you so much. And yeah, I appreciate the kind words. And yeah, don't worry about it too much. As I kind of say in the video as well, they kind of forced themselves to live in my head for a little bit just because I had to take care of it. But yeah, not rent-free. We don't do rent-free. But now as well, that's eviction time.
System disrupted.
Basically in the hands of the person I'm paying to take care of it. And
target neutralized. Good work.
I'll try to cover here. Another holster.
That's the target, agent.
And they get to deal with him. Is there a fence at the capital? Invaded. It's still all set to like the invaded layout. Because outside of that mission, it's like that when the Black Desk has it. Oh, also, yeah, GC Rocks has it as well. Indeed, has the targeted loot as one of the channels. It's well worth finding a spot that has it, and then just you can always check it there.
You got the target. Nice.
I think I got my last name there and my last activity. But then were those in... Okay, so yeah, Ans's ones were in southwest. Okay, that works out actually. Yeah, let's just bandy cheese this until, because I'm done with the weekly because I also did the scout beforehand. But let's go and keep going till you guys are done too, and then we'll see where we go from there. Let me cancel this one once we're all here, then pop it, because then we need to kind of be outside of it. No, I don't know.
Target near you.
We got straight down. And hopefully you saw something you liked.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Or maybe you're just like happy to go to bed. Sometimes bed sounds good too, right? One thing I'm gonna do here, I'm done with the names. I'm just gonna kind of at worst weaken them, but try to not. I'm just gonna try to leave them for others. If they still need them.
Agent, target spotted.
But yeah, basically, if we still need the names, just prioritize those. Upsie.
Agent down. An agent needs assistance.
Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice.
Indeed, we're charging him rent. Although we're going through, you know, just YouTube's algorithm and stuff. Curious to see actually how well, like what that video will do. Because I could also see it just being, you know, it's not my usual stuff, but people usually like drama. It's a popular thing, right?
That's
Just
your
to
target.
have beef. Outside. Sorry, ready respond. You tapped a 1186. Have you already edited it? Did I mistype it in there as well? So we have 3 mistypes going. Let me check in a second.
Good work.
Agent down.
Don't have hive.
Thank
Grab
you
my
for
hands
keeping
up.
us safe, Agent.
Well, just out of range. There you go. Let's actually send off how many stuffs do you guys still need, activities and named wise. So that's why we keep going till everybody has theirs done, because we've done the missions and stuff. Oh, that is done. Okay, I'm finished as well. Yeah, let's maybe go get cleaned up, and then I'll take my leave as well at that point. Gonna work a tiny bit on that guide a little bit because I do want to put some time into our timeline guide. So let's do that. First, let me see if I have anything worth keeping or sharing.
Hey, agent.
Perhaps in these caches.
to see you, Agent.
Oh yeah,
I
nothing.
appreciate the trade.
An agent has
And
left
yeah,
your
thanks
room.
Ons, and thanks Doug for joining there. And I hope you guys had some fun and some loot. I need it all. Put a GG in the chat as well.
You are no longer in
But
a
yeah,
group.
thanks for the help there. And yeah, we got a weekly and pretty pain-free and quickly. One down, many to go. Oh yeah, also this week is legendary title I see. Definitely want to do my descent at some point, but definitely not with slot. So. But yeah, we got that one in. Yeah, let's work a little bit on this thing. I'm not gonna go like way too long on it, because afterwards as well, I do have some LMGs here. I might actually just try to farm some purple LMGs while we have kind of this zone available for it. Because honestly, open world farming is gonna likely be the easier way for that. Because I'm trying to get some purple weapons to improve the purple build a little bit. But first let's go here. Let me actually catch up here for a second. That's impressive. Yeah. Well, sounds like you did a lot already. Although, well, I hope it wasn't all today. But yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely fine to take some rest here and there. And then jump back in fresh. Let me catch up here as well. Oh yeah, actually, let me check that Reddit response. Did I type 1186? I wouldn't be surprised. Adding to the confusion. No, this is the wrong thing. Wait, I can just go to the. Just go there. I just want the post. See full discussion. Oh, yeah. Yes, I did. It will be very special if it was 1186. That's I feel before really, you know, any like definitely cartridge based guns. I don't you really know when guns really started being a thing. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out. As yeah, I did. Take it even we made it even worse. And then, yeah. But in the end, it is 1886 is the weapon time. Oh, and thank you so much, Private there. Or Private, or Private Pirate for subscribing there. It's always much appreciated. We'll be sure to use that up for some of the apparels and such. And as always, very much appreciate the patronage. So 200 before I took a break. That's well, you went into the deep end. But that can be fun sometimes. I sometimes as well very much enjoy just going in pretty hard. Yeah, let's work on this a little bit. And we just have to on some of these. Because yeah, most of these will be pretty easy because the talent that was added with them is the, at least for the weapons here, perfect behind you. And then this is Whisper. What a perfect behind you. Rugged. Count. Let's. A mosquito. And a vindicator. Now for this one. Although, why am I just need brackets. That wasn't faster than just putting 2 brackets there. Viable with descent currency. Yeah. It's especially the gear pieces. Combustor. Combustor. That's what I went to. Proxy. So yeah. Proxy is perfect. Tamper proof. Combustor. Explosive delivery. I mean, we're gonna go check in a second, but was this perfect explosive delivery? Kind of testing my own trivia knowledge. Let's go to the gear spreadsheet. They have all of the things here. So these were Palisade ones, right? No. Palisade. Perfectly tamper-proof. And then combustor, perfectly explosive delivery. That one doesn't make sense. I feel I said that same thing as well with the PTS. My thoughts on that PTS when this came out. Of just like perfectly explosive delivery. But just perfect explosive delivery just works. Right? Yeah, that was that one. So Ouroboros. I'll just put incursion exclusive, just. Oh, well, it's not exclusive. It's a version anymore. Although, well, this is just incursion. Like this everything here is just incursion. Is actually Ouroboros one of the DZ items? Where's my own guide? No, right? Ouroboros is still just. Yeah, it's just incursion. Yeah. Incursion. Bosses. And final chest. And yeah, let me catch up here for a second. And Acre first. And Hater Open World. For For Chatterbox build, Hunter's Fury or Striker, it kind of fits on either. I like it a lot on Hunter's Fury, especially solo. One of the reasons is with the stacking buff on Striker, you quite often are sometimes a little bit too weak at the start of it to get the kills in consistently with enough bullets. The consistency of Hunter's Fury, I feel, feels a little bit better, but either would be a good choice. Like, either is a perfectly fine choice. And Chatterbox is actually pretty good, especially solo. Especially also if you're just doing things like activities and stuff, or missions, like where, you know, the spawns are a little consistent and stuff, and you can't close the distance. Watching games. And yeah, thank you for the kind words. And yeah, happy to have you in here as well. Yeah, no, that is my preferred headphone stuff. Although I need to buy fresh, like I've washed this one so much now, it's kind of like worn almost. I like it especially because I'm a sweaty boy, and you can wash the ears on it, which is pretty nice. I usually just toss them in like in like a shoe, like the netting thing where you normally put shoes into the wash and stuff. And then that works pretty well. I don't know, I think these are the 70 ohms. This is like the low almost 80 ohms. 80 ohms. Mostly because I don't want to struggle with even like sticking this into a laptop or something. And especially as well, I don't use this. This one is just only for home at this point. But I use other ones sometimes with like mixing desks and stuff. And surprisingly, professional mixing desks quite often struggle with like higher ohms, which is surprising. You know, you would think that those things would just be built exactly like really easily work with that, but don't know what to do with Oro. Got to drop them. If you just want to run it, Oreo is still a really good SMG. Like it is an pretty high up in there. The thing is though that nowadays we have things like, we have especially just the tactical vector with killer and stuff. They can just do more damage. And it not having a damage talent does hurt it a little bit. But it's still very powerful. Like it is still one of the higher contenders in the SMG category. It's just, you know, there's several above it. Like the Tac Vector, like the SMG9 with like Killer or Measured. Same for Dark Winter as well, actually. Kind of. It's especially, at this point, it could use some form of talent rework on it. Because that status effect return isn't like, it doesn't do enough. I feel also like they could maybe keep it like that, and then maybe you get like even a full mag or something, and maybe even like directly, like you get status affected, you reapply it right away, kind of. I feel that would be at this point kind of a way to maybe bring it back up. I'm playing tons of meta weapons again. Yeah, and also it is definitely high enough still to be used. Like it's not completely unusable. It just gets outclassed by some of our picks, right? Like, and that are also easier to get, like Tac Vector with Killer or Dark Winter, or SMG9 with Killer, or Unwavering as well is a really good SMG talent. There weren't in, yeah. Well, mine go black sometimes almost. It's just the amount of sweating I do into them. 5 years. Yeah. I think this is my second parent row. In the past, I used to go with AKGs quite often. But I kind of ran into these being used by a bunch of other people, and I was kind of on board. And they sound also great and stuff. That kind of helps as well. But especially the kind of that factor of just being able to wash the ear covers. Like, yeah. Also, it's a company that, like, I know will be either around even if they get acquired by somebody else. So warranty stuff and stuff will always be taken care of with them. They are pretty good at that. Sure, still, but I'm not sure they won't dissolve. The thing is, you can wash them a few times. They will definitely like become a little less. But usually, what I do is like I buy like once. I usually like once a year. I buy like 2 pair and just wear them, and then just kind of wash it here and there. Usually I get like 3 or 4 washes out of it before I go like time for a new one. They lose a little bit of their fluffiness. Thing is also you can kind of hand wash them, which is kind of the recommended or like the way that I've seen other people do it with YouTube videos, but I'm just too lazy. So I think as well, me putting it in the washer in that way is maybe like not the best way, but also, yeah, they're still like in that, like in a bag kind of. So that protects them a little bit. Because yeah, I think just loose, they would just be torn apart, I feel. From yeah, they're also pretty cheap to order. I'm just quite often too lazy to just order them, so I just wash them here and there. This way though. Yeah, that's what I should be doing as well. Just hand washing them. I'm lazy. Also, just that part being replaceable easily. That was like, I was kind of on board for that. Thing they also do is just take some of your, like, if you feel they're like worn already, just give it a try and wash them. And, you know, if you can get a few more months out of them, yay. If they were already ones you were going to throw away anyway, it's, yeah, nothing's lost basically. So let's see. Yeah, I heard something about them being sold. I actually didn't keep up with it. But I mean, I'm just hoping it's not something like Music Group or something. Although Music Group also is not too bad or something, but I've had in the past to deal with sometimes better dynamics, but more for microphones support and stuff, and they have been pretty good. Most of those companies are like, they try to keep you as a friend. They know the worth that it is to just be extra kind. Just disappointed about the talent. Yeah, it had its heyday. It got kind of, I think it did get a little bit overcorrected. It could have stood to be a little bit higher, especially when talents around it kind of got bumped up by a lot. Because especially it went down in the same patch that like Killer and Measured kind of went up, and they kind of like, it went a little bit too far. I feel it could have had a halfway nerf basically, and then it would have kept up with Killer and stuff, and then it could have been still a top contender. Oh Lord, same issue, yeah, kind of. But yeah, not every exotic can be perfect. Like that's always going to be the case. Some exotics are going to work out better. Some exotics are going to, you know, to have the good ones, you also have to have some of the bad ones, just so it stands out that those are the bad ones and other ones are the good ones. Let's fill some of this more in, especially the easy. How do you spell stabilize? Stab Elise? Yeah. Not Elise. Goddamn English. Grown great. That's the delivery. We'll look up what that talent is called in a sec. Carpenter. I don't remember at all what Carpenter had. Because Henri is explosive delivery, right? So it's not that. We'll look it up. Let's see if I remember in a second. But yeah, we do have a backbone, which I do know off the top of my head as perfect. I was about to say opportunistic. I lost it there. Ensemble force. Yeah, let's go look up Carpenter. Oh, it is Mad Bomber. Wait, what's Henri then? Oh yeah, Henri's oh yeah. Also, this is perfectly Mad Bomber. Is it also then perfectly Unstoppable Force? I hope not. Although it might be. Oh yeah, it is perfectly unstoppable. God damn it. Festive is fireworks show. Made explosion spread. And this was the winter event. Yeah, catch up here again a little. Perfect. So the game opening on Windows mode is going to be very annoying. It also changes my resolution and frame rate cap. Generally, it will only do that if you're like tabbing through other stuff after you open the game. Generally, if you just open the game and just leave it, which is kind of, yeah, it's still annoying as well, but just basically not open any other programs or like alt tab or stuff like that. It generally opens in full screen. At least for me, it usually works that way. Builds together, best armor repair build overall, PvP, Solan team. I mean, that's going to be different answers for that. With best armor repair build, do you mean just healing? Basically just healing others? Because that would be FI. Or if you mean just, self-repairing, because that would be solo then, I'm guessing. Because yeah, basically it's different answers for a lot of places as well. Because for instance, in solo play and special PvE, I would go tech tank for that, but that's especially the shield is regenning a lot, not the player themselves. You can go, especially for instance in PvP, there are regen builds that are pretty popular now, especially the bighorn one. But there's definitely not one that kind of catches all of them. They are this before against that age. Yeah, it's one of those things you have to kind of. Once you get the hang of it, though, it's pretty easy. It's just, but you basically have to kind of pull it like you don't like pull it. Like if this is the air, you don't pull it like outwards. What you do is actually kind of pull it like that, basically. It's easy to kind of, yeah, tear it a little. Some wording, some of the talents, yes, very much so. Also just the naming, like, yeah, some of these being perfectly, because yeah, in some places perfectly makes sense. But yeah, It's also very inconsistent. Also in the text itself. Yeah. Well, there is even some of the original ones kind of use that, but especially around this part, they used perfectly a lot. I especially remember it because I made it bothered me in the PTS thoughts, like my thoughts on the PTS videos back then. And localization parts of the game, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, this is a game that's getting localized to so many different languages as well. It's kind of hard to be, you know, good in all of them. That's a wrong thing. I mean, yeah. Actually, we need to add at some point Streamline to that as well. Maybe we do that at the end of this. But Streamline at this point has been in the game for so long that it kind of belongs in there as well. Because yeah, it's in the game. It's missing the you know, on cooldown or in you or well on or deployed. That should actually be in use. In cooldown or on in use. ST Elmo. One of the things that will be nice with this as well. So I'm gonna bring back that one idea. I brought it up a bunch around like Marchish and stuff in February of wanting to do kind of like a podcast-y kind of thing. Hell, even at the start of the year, I should ask a few people if they were up for it. But I kind of want to have some game showy elements in it. And then I can use this to pull out a bunch of these kind of trivia things. For instance, how many things in the game are called Striker? There is at least 3, for instance, and stuff like that. Henri. So yeah, this was Perfect Companion. Lavoisier. Oh, it's Lavoisier. Oh. It actually gets corrected even by this. And this is Perfect Galvanize. Let's go check if it's not perfectly galvanized or something. I can also craft items and stuff, but I'll trust that this is correct. Yeah, perfect galvanize and electric perfect companion. Okay. Let's keep this train moving. So, Ninja Bike Messenger Backpack. Sacrum Imperium. So, relic. And a relic, of course, makes Dawn of War. What was the World War Company? Company of Heroes? Oh, is that the series? No, that's Band of Brothers, right? So Company of Heroes is the game, right? Perfect. Determined. Prop head. Determined. And cherished And the courier. Courier is perfect. Creeping death. And cherished is perfect trauma. Right? Let's double check just in case I'm getting it wrong. Yeah, perfect trauma. Imagine if they put perfect headhunter on that thing. How silly that would have been. Luckily they didn't. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Name the course. Yeah, it's a mess. The thing is also it's been made by dozens of different people. Same for instance as well, like still the mods having a bunch of different names. Like, but yeah, remnants indeed of Gear 1.0. Yeah. Although, well, when they went to Gear 2.0, like originally, a bunch of the talents, like originally, like are well done. Especially everything up to like season 4 and the repeats were actually done decently well. But as they had added in later and later, they didn't kind of. So, for instance, there is the like I ran into some of, for instance, how the namings or the wording scheme kind of works, the wording system in the Blizzard card game, Hearthstone, where they have a set way. They basically have like a document that states like, okay, this needs to go before this. Player actions go, for instance, before like enemy actions, stuff like that. And yeah, that would be nice for a game like this as well. Path of Exile also has a really good, like the way that they lay it out from what I saw. Because they also just, you know, they go like adds to this or increases by and stuff like that. Which consistency there helps a lot to make it clear for a player. In terms of the actual game value, is just let me know every time that that's its stats. But in balance files, each value is explicit. I want to show vassal. I mean, yeah, if you're willing to check. The thing is though that most of the text in there are not value things. They are basically systemization things, right? Like Sledge, for instance, still says to, you know, doesn't say anything about group wideness. For instance, yeah, targets with mark will take 20% more to armor from the agent that applied the mark. Like that's like the mistake there. Or striker saying it's total weapon damage when it isn't. Stuff like that. So, but I don't think there's any value ones in there, right? I'm gonna go look. At least nowadays. Because there's stuff like this, but this is again also like wording because they've given the values, it's just working differently than it doesn't increase weapon damage, it just is a self-multiplicative. Because just from calculations as well, we can check these as well. So we already know kind of what they should be calculation-wise. As I would just be adding in thingy into here. Actually, let's keep this open. Let's do that in a second. We'll add streamline into here. Let's do one more here. Because this is just the thing we kind of need to do for this file. Or for this guide is just to finish just typing everything out. And once that's done, this guide is done. Adapter. Sorry as well for this. We'll do climax mission. Because people actually forget that these aren't the first times we've had items tied to the climax missions. That's, you know, blue screen and this thing both were that. Yeah, let me get you over here for a second. Actually, I kind of didn't check the other side. I realize now. Two master determinants is never going to die. Yeah, although, is it going to do really that much more than what we already have? Because I wonder actually if that would be enough to start on Elite. Well, yeah, it should be enough to start on Elite. So that would be like a gain there. But we'll get that in a few weeks. I mean, it's 2 more weeks, right? Are there any spreadsheets speculating on Tinker? I've already, for instance, in my case, in the PTS, my thoughts on the PTS. We went over some of the numbers and kind of what it can mean. And likely next week, I'll make a video on it as well at some point. Like in the week before it, and then also the week after it once we have it. We do a second life out of the game. I don't think it will that much. The thing is, it's not like we've had much more, like even when, for instance, the scabbard, the Centurion scabbard was kind of in its broken state, right? And you could have both bonuses on one weapon. That was a bigger bonus than Tinkerer can be in most situations. Because mostly, for instance, yeah, OD is a really good use case for it. LMGs and stuff can be a good use case for it. But even then, like, it's not adding that much on top. Like, it's not even like expertise. Going from expertise 0 to 30 is usually a bigger increase than you'll get out of the Tinkerer. Going from Coyote to Tinkerer, for instance. I feel it's been, because yeah, it is an increase, but it's not to that degree. And there's also plenty of builds it won't work well for. Basically everything that already is preferring a memento, that like memento does different things. But yeah. I'm gonna go burr. I mean, a frenzy GR9 already goes burr, is the thing. But also, like, I still wouldn't use that because you would take forever to unload it. Like, getting to the frenzy parts is gonna still be just as bad as trying to get to the frenzy parts of GR9 now. I would much more consider, yeah, putting, for instance, killer plus frenzy on an MG5, for instance. Something that will actually activate it in a reasonable time. Because yeah, we can look at like theoretical big numbers, but especially if you're not using Streamlined right now, you're not going to gain too much out of it. Because yeah, for instance, Streamlined plus Killer can be a really big gain. Like if you're okay with Streamline, but for instance, in my case, I'm not, per se. But not refreshing that. The thing is, the crit is there. So if it actually each time would refresh, that would actually be super broken, especially for the Prophet. So that's the reason why Perfect Determinant has that. Because yeah, that crit otherwise would be on every shot as well. And now you've created an actual monster on top. That's why they kept that one there. And then yeah, they tried to fix Determined and kind of failed, and then he gave up on it. Like that's the actual history of Determined. Back when I was missing, I thought maybe I deleted it. I just ran it on again and didn't get another. Are you aware of any issues? You only get one on the first clear of each character. So maybe if you haven't done it on a different character. So yeah, you don't get one every time you do master. That would be, we would be farming some of the masters for exotics if that was the case. But the first time clear of a character will get it. So what you could do even is maybe just put a build on, make a level 40 boosted alt, load one, whatever build you want to like put up over onto them, and then run the mission with that character. Perfect. Sledgehammer. Oh, Carol. What is actually the... Oh, twinkling lights. Wish I do knew that. Twinkling lights. Visual fireworks on headshot. Okay. And then this was... Because was this also winter? Or this must have been winter event, right? Like back here was only winter events. Yeah, winter event. Okay. Hermano. Perfect. Overclock. And Picaros. Holster. Possessive. How did I do these stats? Oh yeah, like this. Although I should with a percentage there, which that one is missing. So percentage. Yeah. That's what I was holding. So stat 10%. A weapon. Damage. Let's finish up this one as well. This is 215 season 9. It's that was like when the season started up again, so that's a good point to work it up to. Edict. New screen. Climax mission. King Breaker. Perfect flatline. They literally just do perf flatline. Perfect. So there. Also perfect flat line. Closer. Perfect. Spotter. Set up. Perfect. Opportunistic. I think that's how you spell it, right? And yeah, this is also our base weapons getting added to TKB. This is like the last time we got a base weapon. 408. We'd have a bunch of base weapons getting added in those seasons. Yeah, so we made it all the way up to season 9. We basically have year 1 and year 2 and 3 to go. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Let me get you on the chat here for a second and then take a bio, and then we'll go and farm a few things on for purple builds. Let me get you. Yeah, thanks. Thank you as well, Pirate, and hope to catch you around. Was that okay? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so it's only the first time clear on per character. I don't actually know if post-season I still think like if the very first time you clear it with a new character, you still get it as a reward, right? I haven't actually ran into that. I don't think. I should list it also as on the reward screen, so you can find it from there. Brazen Rose on the sphere build. Yeah, I don't think though that for especially like Brazen plus Pummel might be actually, because yeah, normally we would go on this Fury for shit guns, but if we're having to take either the chest or the backpack, might be actually worthwhile for that to make it a high end. Because yeah, giving up either the chest or the backpack, like that, the benefits that Hunter's Fury have, yeah, you will lose quite a bit there. But yeah, let me take one quick bio break because I do need to do that, and then I'll be back, and then we'll go and play this game a little bit more. Yeah. Ooh. I needed one of those. Yeah. Wash my face a little. So, wake me up inside. So grab that energy drink. Might as well indulge a little. Yeah, let's go. And there's something a little bit silly, but actually, let's go to character 2 for that. Right. Yeah, let's go to character 2 for that. And also change my, just turn off the directives from this character real quick. Where I load back up in them and accidentally break stuff. This outfit is still just... Wait, actually, yeah. I wanted to check. Is this the same as the kickflip? I don't think so, right? Like, yeah, no, kickflip was quite different, right? As the Bronx. Kickflip would be K. No, okay, oh yeah, this has like this across the chest, right? Kind of has that vibe though. I think it's mostly from the hat. Because that had this hat, right? Similar, but not the same. Just floofed a little differently. But yeah, we'll leave this poor character on this. Voice is full of relief. I mean, yeah, it's kind of holding on to it for a bit. Wanted to finish it off there. The sigh of relief. The season stretch goals. Oh yeah, we'll see pretty soon. I would expect actually the stretch goals to be next week, right? What makes sense? Because it is the season XP event. Last time it started with that as well. Over here, let's already grab our SHE requisitions there just to heat up some of these resources. And then, yeah, we're gonna farm for some purple pieces, which is a little bit of a silly thing to do, but I need some purple pieces. Oh, actually, the catharsis I should hang on to. No. Needed an extra one, so that one will do. And then, so yeah, let's set our world to hard, also resetting the world while doing so. There's one zone that is LMG. I need especially an AR and LMG. I have actually a few ARs now, but I don't have good LMGs yet. So, we're gonna grab the OD Tech tank. That's what I was going for this character for. Mostly because as well, we're gonna do 5 directives on hard. Mostly to get a tiny bit more targeted loot out of it. So we're gonna do the strange thing of hard with 5 directives. And yeah, let's just go hit these control points and see if we get any purplinos. After the climax, you would think so, but unless they like reshuffle it, because they sometimes do reshuffle the timeline. But the thing is, usually it will be with this, just so you can level up the season XP up to that point and catch up to season level 100 quickly, and then it went into the stretch goal. That was what happened last season. So I'm expecting kind of the same, kind of like makes sense to do it that way, but it would also not surprise me if they absolutely don't do it that way this time. I don't remember last time exactly when, like where it was. I do kind of like remember it being after the climax. That sounds about right. Yeah, I would never run glass on builds. They're so weak. I just wouldn't. Yeah, especially once. Oh, I'm full up on titanium. What am I full up on? Titanium and steel as well. Should I just, yeah, we'll go to base in a bit and sure I need special ammo. Because with that we can upgrade some weapons. That's the, or grade up some weapons. Do a switch goal long after climax, like in 2 weeks. I think it was also, yeah, it was like the last 2 or 3 weeks. I thought it was like 4. Definitely do think it was after thing. But the thing was, yeah, it was on the season XP event. So let's see, maybe if they this time don't do that, that would be kind of weird. Because yeah, I would, for the stretch goals, it kind of makes sense to have it be, you know, be with that. Even though it didn't apply to the stretch goals back then either. But that way people can get to... Also depends on how to do the stretch goals. Because, for instance, if they do it like the event that they did now. Because with this event, it was like separate, right? It was side by side. You could do the season and the event side by side. But with a name like stretch goals, you would also think they would keep it like after the season, right? But I'm mostly just, I'll wait and see. I can tell you this much, it's not this week. It wasn't last week. And then everything in the future is, you know, is in the future. It's future IKEA's problem. Yeah. So for instance, if this came with like killer or something, I would totally take that. But yeah, it's steady-handed now. Thing is also, I don't want to reroll the talent because I especially want to reroll a stat on it. We can't optimize purple gear, so we'll take a hug.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Give me a hug. Why did he run away from me at the end? I actually wanted to give him a hug. I always love doing that with PFE builds, especially just running at elite rushers because their fire is also elite and their explosion is also elite. So. Here though, we can just do it because my memento is kind of charged up and stuff. For the Brooklyn release, yeah. Yeah, we'll see when it comes. And either over there.
Unlocked.
And indeed, good evening.
Thanks. I don't know that we could have done that without.
Although at this point it's good night for me. We're past 12:30, just a little over. Anyway, we're not gonna make it too late tonight either. Just gonna try to see if we can get a purple LMG out of this and. Actually, let's try to intercept that. That can be. Although that's coming from that control point, so we don't want that. Thing is, I don't want to level up these things. That's why we're gonna go for the control points first. Let's actually, let's go from here so I keep my mementos. Because I want to get the control points first and then we'll reset them and try some activities. And then tomorrow, yeah, I want to record a little bit of the Eclipse Masterclass thing. Because Thursday as well, this Thursday I'll be away for most of the day, so I won't be able to stream at all. But that's still better than the weekend, so I took the Thursday this time. Just to take one of the shows. We're kind of short staffed, so sure I'll help out. And then yeah, we basically then have Friday as well to record a little bit more of the Eclipse Masterclass, and then it'll be Saturday's video. That way as well I can like stitch it together on Saturday. I think that will work out pretty well.
Reinforcements en route.
In worst case as well, we kind of, if I feel that I'm kind of stuck for time, I also have the skill guide. And what I still do want to do is actually do the skill guide at some point. And what that's going to become is just actually 2 videos of the guide, and then after that it's going to be a daily video on each of the skills. That'll be a ton of videos. Although, yeah, those daily ones will be... I'm gonna try to keep them under... Well, preferably 15, but likely 20. Knowing myself. But we'll basically go through each skill and just give uses, use cases. That guy. Shot him up there, he landed down here.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Maybe that's near the magic ladder, so that's not too weird.
One more for the club. I see it. Holy fuck. Ready for you. I can take you.
Heavily armored hostile.
It's funny that even on hard it still spawns elite rushers for outcast control points. Well, that's like it's a bit much, right, for hard. Well, that matters, but actually, I mean, it still makes it easier on the end because you just blow them up. But just weird. And also each completion we're getting some targeted loots, so maybe one of those will be good. Heard of someone getting a sub-level 40 Ravenous in the DZ? Yeah, they can be 30 to 40, basically. Nothing that recently changed should change that. So they should still be available. Because I've definitely seen people back in the day like watch alting through the DZ. If you're familiar with that, back then, like once in a while, yeah, people would get a Ravenous or Eagle Bearer or a Bighorn or stuff like that. It is exceptionally rare. Like, how many watch alts did I do in the end? Likely through the DZ method, maybe like 20, 25. Well, that's still in comparison to some of the other people, like nothing, right? Some people did like hundreds. I would say I likely did 30 with DZ method, right? Watch alts. Across all accounts. I never saw any. So yeah, they're kind of in the 13 PFE kind of rarity. So can happen, but will not happen often. But yeah, there definitely will be, you know, people that will encounter just by things, by just volume. Did you get one now? 30 to 39? Yeah. Yeah, they removed all other abilities to like reconfigure and stuff. I haven't heard of anybody finding a, you know, workaround either. Thing is though as well, it's just not like the at this point nobody also cares about, you know, sub 40 gear. Because we cared a little bit, mostly for watch alting, right? And that's not really a thing anymore. Which in the end as well, I'm kind of sad we lost that because I enjoyed doing it here and there. I think it's better for the game as well. It's healthier for the game in the long run. Because that was like truly a repetitive task. They still need to fix expertise though. They need to bring the prices down. Although as well, actually, I would be much more in favor not prices down, but we got a Bullet King as a random exotic there. Yay. Hard, the way to farm exotics. Oh shit, we increased the alert level to 3 because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, let's reset it already then, because I want to do it as a 2. While we do that as well, let me actually go over here and get what I can upgrade in my stash. Could have just, because I could have actually completed that, but not actually opened the box. That would have. I don't think it actually is in the targeted loots even. It will get marked as a targeted loot if it like drops when it is targeted loot, but it won't actually be from that source basically. G5 in sync? Nah. There's actually the initial, although yeah, that's just 5 seconds. But the initial shot of smart cover actually does trigger in sync, right? I would think. Because skill use usually does as well. Let's pick a weapon to take to 10 or 12 or something. Is this a god roll one? But then grading on the Slayer. Might be a bit of a waste. Do I have a Mark 46 graded? Yeah. At least up to 10. I just want to use up those resources. All the exotics will be to 10 already. Unless it is black market. Why did this reset everything? Upgraded so many things already. Did I take a caretaker up? Yeah. Sure. So black market. It's just to eat, especially these resources. Might as well. Notice the blue side without killing the enemy. Oh, just to have less damage on it. I mean, you can also always just like hot swap build and stuff, right? I would think would be also doable. To wait for rivals, yeah, exactly. So all of those exotics actually are not from targeted source. That's also why, you know, whenever there is a thing, actually I'm gonna need to take this to 15 because we overshot then. You know, when it's like ARs and everybody's going in there to go like, I want to get an eel bearer. Yeah, no, that doesn't work like that. It's the same as well, for instance, when you're on farming floor 10 for Bighorn, the targeted loot set there doesn't matter either. So it won't come from targeted source. It's coming from there, for instance, it's coming from specific source. Here, it's in the DZ, it's coming from normal drop exotic source. So it needs to be a normal drop that then triggers an exotic, and then it's in that pool. So it's a very low chance as well for it to ever happen because of that. Because first it needs to trigger an exotic, then it needs to be one of those. I wonder as well, actually, with stretch goals, if, but yeah, no, anybody under 40 wouldn't have access to them, right? I was thinking of maybe you can cheese it with that, but characters under 40 would just not have access to that. I'll take this 1 to 10 too. I've been getting pretty lucky there then. Because yeah, if you do enough DZ, you'll see them here and there. That was also kind of the thing with them. It was just for letting some of the DZ players kind of get them and incentivizing some people to go into DZ. But now they've also, you know, they're going to be in the stretch goals again, so. Yeah. Let's go capture this control point without capturing anything to raise it up. And we burned enough resources there. Barry, like, yeah. Yeah, that is actually pretty lucky. But there's also sometimes that goes right. Like, I know of people that barely started farming Habsburg and then got it really quick.
Hope there's an ammo resupply coming out to us.
Bring the trap.
Really, you didn't die from that. Poop.
I need new armor.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Writing us off.
That's a name group though. Name that laser will drop a guaranteed targeted. It's Cowboy. What's Cowboy? Armor broke me there. How dare they? Oh, where's the bugs? Might as well get those resources as we go through here. God damn it. Those were the right stats, but on a stoner? No thank you. As a stoner is just too bad. Needs to be an MG5 or M249. I'll take an M60 if I have to. But probably MG5. Killer. Measured. Either is fine game. Basically at this point at bargaining. You know. Stages of grief. Yeah, this time we're gonna kill everybody that not open the thing.
Location nearby. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
I mean, yeah, that would be like exceptional if you didn't. two next side by side. I recently actually, I don't remember where it was. I was going through some of the links in the gear spreadsheet thing. But there is the rare picture of 3 exotics in one pile, where, you know, specific source and then just a targeted loot source and a normal source exotic all in a pile. The rare occurrence of that happening. Because it can, especially, well, it can only with bosses, basically, or names. Well, bosses. Because you need the specific source as well there. Engage these guys and keep hunting for this purple LMG. Unbuild, I'm working on. I need your expertise. For 9 is good, yeah. Although I would prefer an MG5 just because I can use it as a main weapon as well. M249, just the reload is a little bit longer. And with a little bit, I mean really a lot. And the MG5's reload is actually pretty good.
Can't see them from here.
So, but also I'll take whatever. Because I still need to farm for a better pistol or not pistol, AR as well. I do have an killer CTAR, you know, a CTAR with killer, but it's actually really poorly statted. So, and stats do matter. Man, if this had come with killer and stuff. Because then, yeah, I would have just put the weapon damage on it. Killer or measure. There you comes one with vindictive. That's just not usable.
Incoming hostiles detected.
All red mass. I'll say just then Denise with intimidate. Trying to parse what Denise maybe, because I'm guessing autocorrect maybe got you there. Bible warehouse with perfect adrenaline rush, also with cycle of concern to be spell 70,000 plus. Okay, going for some armor on kill and some some regen, I mean. And some armor and kill from Palisade. The thing is, the more you kind of spec into those things while you can, there's a point where just, for instance, going with a memento by itself is going to be... Unless you're doing very specific things with it, a little bit handier. Like if you're just roaming open world and stuff, that's gonna... Because just sticking in a memento will get you a bunch of regen. You won't have the armor and kill, but you could, if you wanted to put that on top. Fenris. Okay. Yeah, I was guessing it get cut by... That sounds... Actually, yeah, that kind of makes sense as the auto correct there.
Cover! Quick! Before they hide again! Thank you for showing up. That was the last one.
So one thing that already would kind of...
Access unlocked.
Although, well, this is also depends on what you're kind of using it for. Although, with that, I'm guessing it's PvE, right? Because you wouldn't take Palisade into PvP. That would help. But that will work for well enough. But also, you wouldn't want to put two weapon... Like, if you're running two weapon types, you're better off going for a Cheska Grupo, where you're putting it into crit chance, even if you have a bunch of blue cores, because I'm wondering, like, how many blue cores this has. You would want to just pick one. Just pick either SMG or LMG as the main thing, and then go for that, or go Cheska Grupo so that it's universal for both of them. Especially if it's all red, Cheska is already going to beat, like, one of those pieces outright. Like, you're going to get more out of it, as long as it's fully red. Otherwise, you need some grading on it, actually. But, so that could be an option, and then... For instance, there as well... Isn't that 2-piece using armor and kill? What's 2-piece spellstone, actually? I don't remember off the top of my head. Or is that also armor and kill? What's 2-piece using it? Wasn't that regen and then armor? Oh no, okay, it is armor and kill. Oh, using is also armor and kill. Yeah, I'm hoping you're running Gunner with that as well for even more armor on kill. Because of that, for instance, if you're, for instance, maining the SMG, I would just swap that to Hunter's Fury. Like, that's going to do similar things, but then with that gear set's bonuses and stuff, because that'll get you that 20% armor and kill from the gear set. But if you're maining it with the AR, then I would just focus it on that, for instance. Just keep the Fenris, lose the Sokolov for an extra Cheska, main the AR. And if you're going SMG, go Hunter's Fury, which has similar. Because yeah, there, for instance, you could stick, a Palisade in there and Sokolov or Palisade and Cheska with the same Adrenaline Rush Intimidate if you like that playstyle. To get the armor. Thing is, I'm guessing that's for like solo PvE, right? In solo heroic scaling, yeah, you'll get, like, that build will still get kills. But there's also, yeah, the philosophy of just killing faster, and because you're killing faster, you won't have to deal with as many enemies. That's usually kind of the philosophy that a lot of players go with as well. And yeah, Gunner as well, yeah. Actually, that's a good one by Orbiter. You can also go Backpack Bloodsucker. Either can be, like, it depends how close range you're getting. Especially with an AR, I might lean more towards that. Although the thing is also with an AR, Intimidate still requires it to be within 10 meters range, which can be very limiting. You know what? Let's swap over characters because we have that option. That's one of the nice things with multiple characters as well. We'll reset this guy to Heroic, and then we'll go do the same 2 control points on a different character. I'll just set him back to Heroic before we go.
Whatever you need, Agent. I've got it. Come take a look.
I believe it was the Manhunt each week. No GT video, which for 10 minutes, just simple boys you can see in 2 seconds. The Reddit. There's always
Nice doing business with you.
whenever the new thing comes out, you can go to Reddit. It'll be the post. You can very easily spot it because it'll be the post with 3 spoiler things. So it'll be 1 and then just a white bar, 2 white bar, 3 white bar, and you have to go into the post and click it, and you'll get. It's usually like at the top as well. Whenever every Tuesday. Yeah, no worries. It's our man. And I hope those help out. Yeah, sub character. We'll go with something OD on. Actually, let's go character 4. We'll take the triple tick. So that would work well on Heroic as well. Is it still any small? I think this week one doesn't have any specific. They've been doing a bunch of them where it's no longer to any specific zone or stuff. Yeah, it's probably, yeah, no, this, yeah. I actually did it earlier. I did it just anywhere. I didn't really care where I was going, so it must have been that way. Yeah, let's take the triple tick. Let's go do the same thing here. Capture these 3 control points. See about getting some purples. Oh, I have the wrong text guide open for the... Hey, I'll just keep it open. We need to add streamline to it. Well, actually, at some point, I need to just gather... I'll likely post in the Discord of like, hey, any other things I should add there. Oh, set too hard. I'm on a rook. Good catch. Thank you for catching that. As yeah, I was about to run head first. Actually, I should have spotted the fort. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Where? Yeah. Yeah, usually if it doesn't specify, it's, yeah, nowadays it's basically... it's basically anywhere. And then the last scats are indeed already kind of known. Aerial drones, were they so hard to kill? You mean the smaller hitbox they recently have? Has that been fixed actually? No, still, right? I mean, yeah, that. When Brooklyn came in, likely to make they likely made some changes generally to the Marauders. Snitch there, yeah. Why you're not gonna grab the bounty? Because I have no bounty areas in this zone anyway. So even if it was a hard bounty, but that way we already have Cassie and Danny. So Cassie's in the annoying spot where it oftentimes breaks, and Danny's there, but they won't be open till tomorrow. So we'll go check them out tomorrow. Striker, the damage quick with not worrying about stacking. Thing is that Striker generally will still take them down way quicker. Partially because of, yeah, the stacking, basically. Because again, you know, usually if the enemy is already pretty weak and you can't get the stacks, you kind of are fine anyway because you didn't need the stacks to begin with, kind of. And then especially as well, if the enemy is getting tough and, you know, you need the stacks, they are there. You can do the damage. It's perfectly fine to kind of, yeah, look alternate playstyles or look at alternate playstyles, just, you know, getting sick of Striker. That's kind of fine. But I would more lean towards going some of the other gear sets. Going, for instance, Umbra or going OD. Let's keep in mind that some of the high-ends aren't that... Like, making a build out of high-ends is okay enough. You'll definitely, you know, you can get through heroic solo and stuff. Especially, for instance, going with an OD as a different kind of build. Even though it doesn't play that much differently. Like, for instance, here I'm running OD. But actually what you have there, for instance, yeah, as an armor on kill build, I can see it. I can see the idea, and it won't actually be too bad either. But yeah, I would just not, for instance, go Sokolov and Fenris, because at that point you're kind of splitting up the damage too much. You might as well focus on one, and then if you even still keep the other one as backup, that's kind of fine. You just have a little less damage on that one. But then especially as well on SMG, Hunter's Fury is going to be a pretty good pick. That's kind of the thing. Because there as well, you could have Hunter's Fury, which has 20% armor and kill as well. With Gunner, that's 30. Hell, you could stick a preservation weapon on it. That's you know, 30 plus 10 overtime. You get a headshot, 20 overtime. And then also you have the benefits of like the disorient and stuff from Hunter's Fury. But yeah, for an AR, yeah. Thing is though that with an AR as well, you would want to, with Intimidate, you need to be within 10 meters, which you definitely can be, but for instance, if you're in those ranges, then SMGs make sense, and then Hunter's Fury makes sense. So. Sit back and let them come to me. Okay, but then like Intimidate is already a little bit of a weird choice for that, because yeah, you would want to, if you're taking at long range, taking things like, yeah, just Obliterate plus Vigilance, or even Obliterate plus maybe Composure or Companion, stuff like that could make more sense, because Intimidate is 10 meters range. Like,
supply room access unlocked.
But if you, for instance, like being a little bit further away, Umbra, for instance, fits well with that, I feel. And that as well could be multiple weapon types. You could stick a Palisade piece in it and Gunner, and you have 20% armor on kill as well there. For instance.
We could really use your help.
Oh, I haven't actually gotten my SHD project. But yeah, you have some options there, I feel. High-end mean, high-end activities or gear, but so high-end is specifically yellow gear. So any yellow gear we have, that's the rarity of it. So when you select this, it says high-end here. That's usually what that is referring to. Some people might use it as well to maybe mean heroic activities, but that's generally not the term, like, or the way it gets used. But yeah, basically, you know, purples are superior, group blues are specialized. But yeah, basically kind of like exotics are exotics and high ends are high ends, right? So the yellow pieces. Usually as well, when we talk about builds with that, it means just we're not using a gear set. It's just high-end pieces. This thing with Streamline, that could be okay. Do I take 12 detox or do I take... I mean, I would just take the LMG damage just because it's so much lower. Because if we can get 10 LMG damage out, that's going to be more than the 5 detox. Although actually not with streamline on top. Actually not in general even. Would still be... Well, let's take it anyway.
Detected.
Because maybe I take that, and then like I try to not use my skill, and then if I'm forced to use my skill, I have an AR with something. Sounds like an idea. It also sounds like copium. Sounds like both things at once. Let's still see if I'm getting an MG5 with killer or something. What about Hunter's Fury? Yeah. Especially if you're going for SMGs and kind of close ranges. Yeah, Hunter's Fury is just hard to beat. So. It's also a nice set like that where you do need to get close, but then yeah, that's kind of, as you said, like maybe not your playstyle, so you consider that. But if you're willing to play it aggressive and stuff, it works out really well. Only you got that on target. How much does this thing heal me for? Just nothing. Is the answer. I mean, it's doing something. At least it's a long deployed skill, so even with cool skills, I can kind of run that. Goddamn hands. Yellow pieces, give me purple. Oh my god. This is the defense.
Reinforcements incoming.
I'm just gonna back a boomstick from the final boss of the emergency bunker. Are these E-weapons able to drop in the LZ now or something? Only the backup boomstick and the apartment. So a while back to missions, they added a thing of certain mission drops certain names. There's a list in the named weapons list. That list exists. So if you want to look at it. But then they picked a bunch of names and they put backup boomstick on federal emergency. So it can drop from basically that, like it's a special source basically. So upon completion you can get one and it can just drop in the mission as well. And then the apartment can be gotten from Capital. And there as well. It can be the mission completion or it can just drop. But that's the only two. At least if I remember it right. It shouldn't be in that pool, but yeah, they just, you know. With the backup boomstick, it was even like listed like that. And I was just like, wait, what? Why? Why are we adding a DZ item? Well, in the case of the apartment, it was actually an unlisted thing. But the mission, like the SMG that should be in that mission is a safety distance. And sometimes you still also get that. But that's the other named MPX, of course. So they accidentally added both MPXs to that. But they both are kind of lesser used items, so it doesn't come up in conversation much.
Supply room access unlocked.
I don't remember if they did both. I mean, we can go look. named items. So in the named item guide, because there's a list at the bottom here. There's this one. This is the list from them, and then my additions as well. They're currently the thing as well. And yeah, federal emergency bunker is boomstick, backup boomstick, and the mop. But a backup boomstick, like, shouldn't. But also, like, yeah, nobody cares about it. I feel actually they should just at some point, just yeah. Well, the thing is, we have so many named caches now, right? That it's also kind of a non-issue. Because you got to remember as well, for instance, in the past, the project, the weekly project, this used to give you unnamed. And because it gave you the name directly, it was LZ only. Nowadays, it gives a named cache. So this can be LZ and DZ items. So it's so much easier nowadays to kind of build up that full collection anyway. But yeah. Some weirdness indeed. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, there's a convoy headed there as well. Annoyingly. So maybe go do these two, because we've already captured this control point, so we can actually do them without raising this control point. One bad idea I have as well for
Hostile broadcast detected.
To try out at some point would be kind of as well for a similar challenge kind of thing. Well, at least build-wise, that one's easier, because what I want to do is run full team, and we all run a 6-piece striker. Just classified striker. We do get to like fix up our crit chance, crit damages and stuff, but no too high-end pieces. So basically wasting, of course, kind of 2 slots. And then trying to do just, yeah, legendary or something. Although with legendary, we will just take an eclipse with us. Although maybe we limit the eclipse as well to be like 6 eclipse pieces. That would kind of suck for them. Although now that would kind of suck. More actually than the strikers, because if you don't have perfect grouping that, that's going to be actually more annoying. But yeah, that might be a thing we work towards in the future. But also I need to find a few people that are insane enough to join me on that crusade. Have any solo builds for legendary? I don't. There are some builds in my collection that you could use, especially for instance the tech tanks, like the striker tech tank can do, for instance, DUA and stuff. But we'll kind of struggle on some of the other ones. But they're not per se made for it, because also the shield from a tech tank is kind of bad. The thing to remember is legendary is much more about the player and knowing the content. Let me actually go and find Toasty. Because if you're not familiar with this bread-based person, I'll link to Toasty here, who is a connoisseur of legendaries. That'll take you here. He actually has a bunch of guides that, yeah, if you really want to solo legendaries, keep in mind though that soloing legendary is just an extra challenge. Like 4-manning legendary is actually how it's intended to be done. If you're doing it solo, because of the way that the scaling works, you're going in for an extra challenge. If you go into Toasty's video, especially a bunch earlier, he has, he has his runs, but also he has how-tos on some of the legendaries. So for instance, how to do Capital and Roosevelt and Tidal and DUA, for instance, back there. So you can, because it's very much about knowing what's going to happen there and kind of being, you know, a decent shot and stuff and knowing how to position. The build is honestly like it is important, but it's just a third of kind of what you need to solo legendary. But yeah, I'll go through some of those videos if you're like really interested. Otherwise as well, for instance, what you can do is the same Toasty when he streams, they sometimes do like weekly. I don't think actually they're doing it for a few coming weeks. I think Toasty is going on a trip or something. Optimist, nah. Then coming next few weeks, but for instance, one thing that he does sometimes is just community runs. So for instance, both for they have set dates when they do iron horses and legendaries and stuff like that, and you can kind of sign up. But there's also other places as well, and you can also, for instance, yeah, try some of the places where looking for groups happen, LFGing, where you can kind of like find like-minded people. And even if you're not too experienced, quite often people are okay with it if you're kind of decently geared and, you know, are okay-ish player already. You can tag along. Worst case as well, you can matchmake, but experiences may vary. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, indeed. A good friend of the channel. My only mod still to this day. I like it, I'm just, yeah, doing it myself. But it's technically the only mod on the channel. This is only a skill check, simple red glass to it. And so crazy. I mean, yeah. Go, for instance, yeah, watch Toasty. Because, for instance, Toasty holds the world records in community percent in those. Actually, I think even the any percent. So watching Toasty do it is just like, oh, this looks easy. And then you go in and you get your ass handed to you. But the thing is, there is like, when Toasty, for instance, is playing, there's a dozen things happening that isn't like clear. That's also why, for instance, those solo guides are kind of nice. And also, even for in group settings, for instance, it's kind of nice to watch his foaming videos. Even if you're not going to be the person foaming, it will show you basically all of the spots where all of the things will happen, kind of. Because, yeah, Legendary is mostly fixed spawns. So the spawns are kind of fixed. Sometimes the locations of them can be kind of manipulated to make them spawn in a certain spot, but for the waves, it'll be pretty consistent in what it spawns, basically. If there is a heavy in that wave, it's always going to be a heavy in that wave. Stuff like that. You don't have just random heavies first. But tough to beat, yep. I mean, in this case, everything's pre-recorded, right? That's the that was the old joke about him. It's just all pre-recorded. 10% speed. That's how I can. But yeah, Toasty is, for instance, an exceptional player and a person as well with exceptional aim. And that will help a lot. Also, he has built up. He's gone out of his way to build up as well a lot of understanding and knowledge about Legendary. But that's actually where that sentence started. Was there's a ton of things happening there that isn't clear, that is being done for explicit reason. Like the first thing that he targets when he enters a room, the second thing that he targets, or like the way that he positions and stuff, that's all just from doing it dozens of times and then figuring out, oh, if I stand there, I'm easy pickings. If I don't kill this enemy, I'm gonna struggle. So there's a lot of that. But it's also for especially DUA and stuff, DUA Roosevelt Capital, they're very doable. Will the G36 with killer while I'm LMG farming? Nah, I have that seat already. Let's call it in. This convoy will likely be spooked by this. No.
Reinforcements en route. Incoming hostiles detected.
Don't have time for this shit.
Also, more if you just want to get the legendaries done, it's not too hard if you're invested in it to find a group. Unlikely you will have a lot less issues. It will be a lot less stressful. Yeah, organizations, big component, yeah. Well, just knowing what's gonna happen and stuff, because you can't play legendary reactively, especially solo. Like in a group setting, you can kind of, because you know you have 3 decoys if you're in a 4-man. But when you're the only thing they're shooting at, it's you can't really play reactively. You have to play proactively, and that means kind of also then knowing what's gonna happen before it happens. You can also build up that knowledge just by doing a ton of legendaries and just, you know, getting further and further each time. Some people enjoy doing it that way. But that also can be very frustrating.
Supply room access unlocked.
No good. Well, actually, we got one good LMG, right? Like that Streamline one. I might actually just grab that and then maybe... Although the next coming few days will be focused a little bit on the Eclipse Masterclass video, so we won't be running much purple, but next week I kind of want to, or maybe on the weekend actually, I want to maybe try. Especially, the art museum is going to be, is going to be interesting. Although I don't think I'll struggle that much on it. Mostly because now I know what's gonna happen. The thing with that fight is trying to figure it out the first time and kind of what you can and can't do, but... Also with that fight is gonna be, because I'm gonna like leave one enemy alive and then do the boss the whole thing. But then we get like 7 waves afterwards, right? So it's gonna be annoying if we wipe after doing the whole boss and then... We'll see how that goes. Wonder if there's a checkpoint after the boss. Sometimes there is, even on heroic.
Thanks.
And yeah, no keepers there. So we do have this one. Taking this to 12 detox would actually be the better choice. But aesthetically, because this bar would be very empty then. Because we're just getting basically 10 weapon damage that's already being halved. I'm just for the aesthetics gonna take this. Oh, we're in stash. Shouldn't put it in there because then we have to kind of, let's log out and log back in and stick it in the actual stash, the normal stash. But then also, let me already in the background, I'm going to go looking for somebody for us to raid in a minute. I have like 1,000 tabs open. There you go.
Safe area entered.
Let me guess. We're pulling short rations again.
No. Suddenly hit manage goals instead. Oh, is available to be rated. Oh, GC's going. Lil's going. Oh, maybe we raid GC. We've raided. We've raided Lil yesterday, I think. Yeah, let's go with GC. Where are they? Iron Horse. Also, yeah, my voice is my voice really doesn't want to keep going. we're in full smoker territory. I'm a Kia and I smoke 17 packs a day. Actually, that was true at some point, actually, in the past, but luckily we ended that. Yeah, let me catch up on some of the last things here and see if I missed anything. Doesn't look like I missed anything. Except for Tinker Revival Exotics, always a nice addition. Yeah, also this will actually be one that kind of does shake some stuff up. Especially once I kind of have one as well. I'm gonna actually do a pass on the build collection and go like build by build and go like, would it fit in here? Would it fit in here? Would it fit in here? And we'll go through a bunch of those that way. Yeah, let's go raid GC Rock, who is on second boss Iron Horse. As yeah, they are very much helping out the community often with runs. And also, yeah, one of these people that, well, their community especially, is a place where you can sign up for some raids. And even, yeah, legendaries and incursions and stuff as well sometimes. And they are basically teams and you can get some help getting through them. So, but yeah, that'll be it for me. We'll round it out here. I'll be back tomorrow, likely just in the evening. I won't be able to jump on earlier. And yeah, Thursday I will be away, so the day after that. And I'll be back on Friday. Tomorrow we'll likely play around with getting at least some footage for the Eclipse Masterclass. So I want to do the kind of going through the skills, which is kind of the tactics section of that video. And then maybe getting some gameplay footage as well already. But yeah, that's for in the future. For now, thank you all for joining me. And as always, have a good night.